Morning and welcome everybody once again here at 50 overs Runner Cricket Association and Duffabet tournament here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium, where we've got Telugu Royals taking on IPRC. Telugu Royals winning the toss and electing to bowl first on this overcast morning. Opening the bowling attack from the pavilion end is none other than the lead bowler for Telugu Royals, Ivan Mitari, who's bowling to Izai in the air. It popped up, first up. Ooh, shaky start there by IPRC young batsman Neomugabu Izai, jersey number 16. Alongside him is Manishimwe Oscar, who's been in good touch. Lovely slow ball. And with that, they open up their account, rotating the strike. IPRC Kigali playing their first game of the tournament, while Telugu Royals here trying to fight back and come back into the tournament, being the team at the bottom of the table. There you see Manishima Oscar on strike now. Mitari gives a wide. Speaking of the long format of the game, they'll need to take care of the extras. Beating the outside edge, loud appeal, umpire Gusto not moved at all. Lovely bit of outswing there. Late movement off the surface by Ivan Mitari, being amongst the very few bowlers who's got decent amount of control over a new ball. Sleep in place there. Plays it defensively is Manishima Oscar. Both of these two youngsters have been part of the London national side. Oh, misfield there. And that will be the first boundary. Just guiding it through the third man region there. Just had to beat that one fielder. Have a look at that. Opens up the face of the bat so late, plays it so late under his eyes and beats that one fielder on the inner ring, making good use of the restriction, registering the first boundary for IPRC in this Duffabet 50 overs tournament. Off the blade of Manishima Oscar. Good comeback there by Mitari Ivan. With that, we come to the end of the first over. 6 runs on board. Decent start by IPRC. Being the long format of the game, they've got to sustain that run rate. Telugu Royals will be fighting hard this game as they try to get back into the competition here. And now from the airport end, we see the introduction of Ishimwe Arnold. Interesting young man. Ishimwe Arnold, last time around, he played against Challengers, where he bowled 8 overs and gave away just 70 runs and picked up a wicket with an economy of 8.75. Very, very handy bowler for the Telugu Royals. It was in their game, that one. Challengers won by 283 runs. A massive, massive victory. Ishimwe Arnold starts off with a slow one. Played watchfully there by Isai. Very, very interesting character. Isai Nyomugabo is. And that's a wide by Ishimwe Arnold. Powerfully struck this time. The width on offer. And smashes it through extra cover. Aggression by young Nyomugabo. What a shot that was. Let's have a look at that once again. Just width on offer, and his eyes lit up straight away, striking it in the vacant region there. Save your legs, young man. You cannot beat the ball racing towards the boundary in that fashion. The pitch seems to be a bit dry. Comes on to the bat. You've just got to be patient enough. Bowls it down the leg side. And that is the test of a bowler. If you're to see a bowler being struck for a boundary and how he comes back with the very next delivery shows a lot about his mental temperament. On this occasion, the second wide of the over. And again, struck this time, but the fielder has been moved to the deep. There is protection. Joshua Kamana. They'll pick up just a single this time. The captain, Shiva Rao, making a wise decision, moving that extra cover fielder to the deep. What seems to be a very long over here. Ishimwe Arnold has given away 7 runs already. He's left with 3. And a beautiful looking cover drive. What a shot that by Manishimwe Oscar. Full looking delivery there. And everything remarkable about that shot. So pleasing to the eye. Have a look at that. Lovely bat flow. picture perfect. Not a decent start there by Ishimori Arnold. Loud appeal there, but seemed to be bat first. Went on to the leg side. Here we go again. Watchfully played. That's the line. You've got to keep it tight. You know the surface isn't offering you much. You've got to restrict the batsman with the right lines. There you see fresh kits, new uniform for the IPRC Kigali Cricket Club. Padded up. Youngsters, many of which have represented the national side and the under-19 national side. More like the Caribbean cricket teams. Interesting to see. Adding new flavor to the game of cricket here in a land of 1,000 hills. Innovation. Mitari once again coming from the pavilion end. With on offer. Was hit hard, but the fielder there, Adil, picks it up, cuts it, and restricts them to just a single. Very, very quick between the wickets. Both of these two batsmen are. Manishimwe Oscar being amongst the fastest, even in the national side between the wickets. Oh, lovely looking delivery there. And a brilliant, brilliant shot off the back foot. Just hard hands through the shot. The fielder had an attempt but couldn't get to it. And races away for yet another boundary. Have a look at that. Oh, so pleasing to the eye. Manishimwe Oscar is on a roll here. 12 of 8 deliveries. Seems to be playing a T20 innings. Reminding all our online viewers here, this is 50 overs Premier League, courtesy of our proud sponsors Dufferbet and Rwanda Cricket Association. Once again with on offer and back-to-back boundaries. Crunched this time. Easy as you like it. That's not going to trouble Manishimwe Oscar. That's not the sort of length or the line to bowl at him. Have a look at that. Short and wide and just clapped on to the offside. 2 consecutive boundaries here for Manishimwe Oscar. Turning it on for IPRC Kids. Kigali Cricket Club. These youngsters are no joke. Much, much better there by Mitari Ivan. His teammates backing him up, letting him know that is the line we need you to bowl. That is the length. This being the longer format of the game, we've got to keep it as minimal as possible as a bowler. There was a hint of movement there. Oh, Sloppy Slow P there by the fielder. And once again beating that fielder. How many times have we seen this already today? Manishimwe Oscar dealing in boundaries. That is the third boundary of this over. Doesn't seem to be bothered at all. Have a look at that. Once again, that wrong line, and just waits on it. Has a lovely balance of his body. And beats that fielder with comfort. With that, we come to the end of the third over, and IPRC Kigali on 30 for no loss. And now we've got the youngster, the man with the golden arm for Team Telugu, Joshua Kamana. Introduction of spin from the airport end. Let's see what does he have to offer here. Offers with and beats that fielder once again. And that will be the boundary of the very first delivery. Something we've seen on a regular basis here. Criminal to offer with to the batsmen, with the likes of Neomugabo Izai and Manishima Oscar, who love watching the ball being bowled away from the body and just swing through that line of the ball, knowing the restrictions. Getting one boundary already off the over. Oh, there is some bounce and spin off the surface. They just need to keep bowling tighter lines here and keep it simple. Not try to do too many things. Flighted once again, and that's the line. And again, if you see on that delivery there, if Joshua Kamana would have lovely. Getting his rhythm right there is Joshua. Good comeback after that initial boundary. 3 dot balls. Once again, nowhere to go. Exceptional comeback by young Joshua. Finding his rhythm, finding his line there. And they will pick up that single. Brilliant comeback by young Joshua there. 35 for no loss. We're done with 4 overs here. Just 5 runs coming off that previous over. And the captain has understood the pitch is favouring the spinners here. And now we've got Amit, jersey number 777. Does he have a big impact? Because that is a big number associated with amongst the biggest flights available, the 777 Boeing jumbo jet. Oh, lovely tight line there. Interesting bowling action there by Amit. These are the sort of bowlers that will add pressure. I think I spoke too soon there. As New Mugabu Izai continues to entertain us here. Wasn't a very decent delivery there. Half tracker, but had to be put away. Down on one knee. Plays it in the vacant region there. New Mugabu Izai racing away to 16 or 14 deliveries there. Once again, down the ground. No fielder will be able to keep that in. 2 of 2. Beautiful looking shot. Lovely piece of placement there by New Mugabu. Have a look at that. He knew exactly where to place it. Took his time. Straight as you like. Down the ground. Flat batted. Runs are leaking all over the place for Team Telugu Royals here. Bit of a restart. And there's still a single there. Played it with hard hands. The fielder wasn't into position. Didn't make a start with the bowler. That helped the batsman steal a swift single there. Manishima Oscar on strike. With an offer, beats the fielder. And it races away for a boundary. Third boundary of the over. Same region by Manishima Oscar. By the end of the game, we'll need a tag on that particular area of the field. Named after Manishima Oscar. The amount of times he's hit the ball for a boundary there. Amazing batting. Playing on merit here. Whichever ball needs to be punished has been punished. Fielding hasn't been top notch for Team Telugu. Whoa! Look at the turn on that. Joshua Kamana being proactive there on the boundary ropes. Smiles on the faces of the batsmen as he launches himself into our sponsors board. So much turn. The ball is gripping off the surface. It's got a bite to it. It is a dry surface out there, so as a spinner, you've got to make the most out of it. You've got to bowl the right lines, understanding that you're getting ample amount of spin and bounce off it. Joshua Kamana will be back into the bowling attack now for Telugu, coming from the airport end. 52 runs on board. Done with 5 overs here. Flight. Once again. Got to place the fielders right if you're bowling such kinds of deliveries, because the ball has been popping in the air. These batsmen have been providing chances. The earlier you take those chances, the better it is. Right there, if that fielder was to stand much closer, that would create a different sort of challenge to the batsmen who pop it in the air. Have a look at that. Not easy to play the tight lines here for New Mugabo. Yes, he's on 21 off 16, but the only balls that have been punished are the ones that have been offered on width. Flighted and Fuller much on this occasion. With that, they pick up a single, bringing Manishima Oscar back on strike here. Jersey number 18, who's on 24 of 14 deliveries. Plays it defensively. Was a very expensive over that by Amit, previously bowled. Oh, kept low this time by Joshua Kamana. But plays it around the corner within the inner circle, just rotating the strike. Placement by Manishima Oscar. And a very swift over there by Joshua. We come to the end of the 6 overs. With 54 runs on board. We come to the end of the 5th over. 52 on board for no loss. Currently striking it at 10.4 is Team IPRC. Flighted, was on the leg side but just clipped. And they pick up 2 runs. Excellent running between the wickets there by the youngsters. End of 6 overs, 56 runs on board. New Mugabo Izai on 24 off 20. Manishima Oscar on 25 off 16. Telugu Royals need to do something to break this partnership. Introduction of yet another bowler from Team Telugu. Adil coming from the pavilion end. Right arm, medium pace. Jersey number 28. Adil being the third medium pacer for Team Telugu. Starts off with a good length delivery. Good start here by Adil Saeed. Hasn't given any run away so far. Starts off with 3 dot deliveries. Can he sustain that? Consistency has been lacking through the Telugu side. We've been a couple of good deliveries there by Joshua Kamana, but he's not be able to restrict them to that. And once again, off the back foot, a go-to shot by Manishimwe Oscar. On most occasions, he doesn't find himself facing such bowlers with that sort of pace. He's most often found in the fire line. But today, he'll be more than happy to be facing medium paces. Decent over this by Saeed Adil. With on offer and dropped. The fielder drops that, was in the air, was waist height, had to move to his left. Not a good side for the captain there, or for the side. With that, we come to the end of the 7th over, 58 runs on board. Viewers there, not happy. Was a poor delivery, I must say. Was punished, but catches being dropped in that fashion can be very costly, especially if you're moving at a run rate of 8.29. Projected score there, as you can see, 414. A very, very steep mountain. Speaking of mountains, I'm here in a land of 1,000 hills. Alongside me will be Mr. Development, as we call him, Mr. Landry, here in the commentary box. Welcome.
Thank you for the welcome, Zaid. A very good morning to everyone listening to us. It is the Alphabet RCA Premier League. 50 overs being played here at Gahanga Cricket Stadium, the land of 1,000 hills. IPRC into their first game and running as fast as they can. Width on offer. Isai trying to overhit the ball, and that is a dot ball. Ramu into the attack to bowl his first over. IPRC on 58 for no in the 8th over. Drop and a very easy single for the two batters. Oscar Manishimwe 26 in 20. Isai Nyomugawa 26 in 24. I would say the strike rate over T20 here.
Very, very interesting by the youngsters, Landry. The way they've been striking the ball. Anything on width, on offer, has been punished. You could see from that catch opportunity how far the ball was pitching away from the body, and young Isai tried to launch onto it, tried to go over the infield, and it was this same bowler who dropped that opportunity.
Dropped opportunity will go hunting to the Royals. Very many positives from the batting of the IPRC this morning. From all the 50 over games we've watched in this tournament, very few batters managing to leave the ball willingly. But these two, very powerful shot again towards.
Through the course of play, Landry, here, it's very interesting to see the sort of decision making the captains have, as Shiva Kumar won the toss and elected to bowl first against a young side that has been in quite a good touch.
Quite a very good touch. Oscar Manishimwe here, 1 week ago, he was playing for Rwanda. in the East Africa Trophy, and Isai was the main man, the captain of the Rwanda Emerging in Kampala, opening the batting and piling up runs. And look at that dugout. Young faces, very energetic. Emile Richiriza, Rwanda international spinner. Eme Muchodusenge, who was called in the team later on because of the injuries in the national team. Eloi, Francois Zirahangaje, Blaise. All these playing in the Rwanda Emerging in Kampala, without forgetting Eric Kubgimana, who was bowling for the senior team. You can tell how strong this team is. And talking about that decision of sending them to bat, I would back Shiva with only one thought: the weather conditions. Anyone who bowls fast stands a chance, but you've got to have plans on how you're going to bowl to these people. 50 overs is about attacking batters and getting them out.
Definitely. And from the looks of it, the only thing Shiva Samba wasn't expecting was the shower of boundaries, which has been occurring frequently here each and every over. But Adil, in his previous over, bowled so well, gave away just 2 runs. He's been the exceptional bowler in this side.
Exceptional bowling, 2 runs. But he would have loved to have something on the left side there. 1 wicket, maybe. It is about the wickets. That one stayed a little bit low. Isai here being the only batter trying so many things, going after every ball. Oscar, on the other hand, has been leaving very easily, taking singles. These are the chances. Talk about going after everything. Isai drives that one towards mid-off, misfield, and they take easy 2s. Beg your pardon, I spoke too early. Easy 3.
These are very, very quick youngsters, Landry. And looking at the slopey bit of work, no captain would like that. Gifting away an extra run, never a good sight. And again, speaking of consistency, Adil has been very consistent with his line and length, I must say. Landry, why is it that as a commentator, whenever I tend to praise bowlers, they go the wrong side? Very unfortunate.
Speaking too early. Zaid Khan. But we have hit in the air on the left side of the fielder. No effort whatsoever. It's just seeing the ball going. Easy pickings for Oscar. 4 more runs on the total as signaled there on your screens by international umpire Gaston Niyibizi.
Lovely hands through the shot. Have a look at that. 0 effort there by the fielder. And I believe the batsmen have picked their man in the field. They will be going at him hard. Oh, lovely glance there.
The hunger for runs from these 2 gentlemen, you cannot take it away. They are running hard. And I'll tell you, Zaid, if these 2 continue playing, they stand a chance of registering their first ever 50 over centuries. They've been following the games. This is their first game of the tournament. The Royals not having a very good tournament so far. This is their second game. The last game they lost heavily to the Challengers Cricket Club.
And the conditions at the moment don't look very different at all. We've got very good chances here. Both of these batsmen, Manishimwe Oscar and Nyumugabo Isai, both into their 30s now. 71 on board, 9 overs done. They're picking out the fielders they need to attack, and as we spoke, they are very quick between the wickets.
Very quick indeed. And I will tell you, they ran this same pace in a T20 match, which is more intense. Today they are finding it very easy. Resting a few balls here, leaving, coming back, running hard, taking all their chances. But let's talk about the team of Telugu Royals today. There is an inclusion of a big man. What should we expect in this game?
Well, again, of course, you expect big players coming in and performing big for their side. It will be a desperate need for the Telugu side to see Simon Sesazi to come in and play his role. But with all that burden resting upon his shoulders, will he be able to deliver? That's the question of the day.
Big question of the day. Simon Sesazi, Ugandan international, with so many runs on this wicket, on this ground in particular, best batter in the East Africa Trophy First Edition 2022, third in the most runs of the East Africa Trophy last week here. Taking another long trip to come and play franchise cricket here in Gahanga Cricket Stadium. He is a very good player, and left-hander to be specific.
Very good play indeed. And from the looks of it, the name of the game, Landry, is adaptation. He's been facing the quicks. And IPRC will have some of the bowlers that he faced within that tournament, some of which he had a liking to.
Very well said. It would be a very good battle to see. Lovely shot, flick of the hands on the leg side. Bosco chasing it. Very good effort from Bosco and Arnold, and the ball is sent back to the bowler. Lovely stuff. Isai will feel guilty they didn't take 3 or 4 there.
We come to the end of the 10th over. 75 runs on board for no loss. Team IPRC cruising along at the moment. We spoke about the weather conditions here, Landry. It is as cool as you like it for the batsman. It works in both ways, especially if you're trying to put up a big score running hard between the wickets. A cooler condition is nice for the batsman here, knowing the heat is quite harsh at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. So lovely weather for both of the sides. With that, we've got Adil into the attack from the pavilion end, and that is the first maximum of the game here.
Manishimwe Oscar not waiting long enough. He starts the account of maximums in this tournament. Lovely shot, guided through the offside. Very good shot in any format.
Proper power there. Poor line, had to be punished. Smart cricket, plays it down the ground.
Very smart cricket. 41 in 29. Zaid Oscar looking very good, not taking any chance. If you look at that shot as well, played it over the fielder, went for a maximum, his back, got a single, and is a on strike.
Placement by the youngster this time around, just rotating, not being greedy with the shots on offer here. Young Isai supporting Manishimwe Oscar, who's into his 40s. Great bit of partnership building up here amongst these two.
Short ball drafted on the leg side towards long on. Souvenir to do the fielding. That is just a single.
From the looks of it, Landry, it looks like the Telugu bowlers haven't got much essence to their bowling today. Not into the competitive manner here. Have been lacking consistency there with the lines and lengths. Lots of guesswork there, you can see.
Telugu bowling will need a push. The man Bosco being their go-to player to get a wicket last game when things were not easy. Telugu Royals will need to find a plan on how to tackle these batters. Oscar Manishimge 42 in 30, Nyomugabo 34 in 36. No signs of giving a chance here, Zaid.
The only way Telugu might receive a wicket here, Landry, seems to be some sort of error by the batsman, playing wrong shots, perhaps getting too excited. Speaking of excitement, we've got this exciting bowler coming from the airport end. Tuizere Bosco, a man who's always into the action for Telugu Royals.
Most of us are not used to seeing Bosco bowl, but he came in last game and picked a big wicket of Kenneth Waiswa, who was on 66 in 60 balls, helping his team to get a big wicket in what looked like a very good partnership. His team then going on to lose by 283 runs. He comes into the attack. He starts with a half tracker.
Massacre. That was a complete massacre. And speaking of that, at the moment, they're going through it all over again. A deja vu moment, I must say, for the Telugu Royal side. A brilliant start by the young IPRC side, with a very deep batting lineup to their side. Again, wideish delivery there by Bosco.
Not consistent, but these are 3 dot balls in a row. And this is how he starts. Oscar plays that on the leg side. It remains a dot. 4 dot balls in a row. Will Oscar try something new, or will he continue? Make that 5.
That was very, very well bowled there by Bosco. He's getting a bite out of the pitch there. And I've spoken about the turn on offer from the pitch. You've got to bowl the right lines there to restrict the run flow. And a maiden over there. A ray of hope for the Telugu side. Excellent over there by Tuizere Jean Bosco.
Excellent over maiden. You can't take it away from him, but I will tell you again, he would have loved to have something on the left side there on his scorecard. Maiden maybe for 1. As we see Ivan Mitari, Rwanda international, coming back to bowl. You can see that Shiva needs a wicket here with his team. But again, coming back to the tactics, Zaid. Yes, you need a wicket. You bring a pace bowler. Open the field. These 2 batters have not shown any interest in going hard. Put a sleep. Put an attacking field. Let the bowler work hard to ask them questions by going back on the back foot. talk about the attacking field. Lovely ball. Ivan Mitali comes with the goods.
Excellent comeback by young Mitari there. Positives for Team Telugu Royals. A brilliant sight for a bowler on any field, any occasion. Nyomugawa Izai, who was going so well. 34 runs off 36 balls. Strike rate of 94 with 4 boundaries to his name. Has got to depart. Have a look at that.
Lovely piece of bowling. Izai guilty going across. Lovely Yorker straight to the middle stump. From one man to another, the introduction of Eme Muchedusenge joining his fellow wicketkeeper Oscar Manishimge. These two have played together for quite some time. From the same region up in the northern part of Rwanda. Played in the same schools tournament from the primary schools. Played for their local clubs, Sorathe together. Batting together. Now they're all senior men. One knocking on the doors of the national team, the other already into the groove. And they feature for IPRC Cricket Club, the school that they go to, both of them in university. First ball, left. Said something these two batters have been doing very well compared to the other games we've watched here. Leaving the ball willingly.
They've been leaving the ball, but just before that wicket, Landry, I must tell you, there's some exceptional shots played off the back foot by Manishimo Oscar. And there is a spot that I mentioned where he's been placing that ball. Awful looking delivery that by Mitari. Wide, and they sneak yet another single, adding to the misery. It's always about the mental side of it. Yes, you've picked up a wicket right now. Do you keep the pressure on and bowl similar deliveries, or do you try something else and completely lose that line?
Tell you the wicket is true to everyone who wants to use it. Mitali Ivan will need to do some work. That is what we're talking about. Asking questions. Line fourth off stump. Let them work. And if you keep asking them to work hard, they will definitely work hard. And then you can get some results out of that.
Well, definitely. Both of these two youngsters coming from the same region there. And you've been part of... And knocks him over. Second of the over. Tries to go hard at it this time. Unfortunate gets the inside edge. The pressure being added on. Missing those two dot deliveries. That shows the mental temperament of the batsmen. They've been batting so well, and out of nowhere comes Mitari Ivan and snatches 2 wickets away in an over.
2 wickets in an over. Oscar guilty. He's not understanding how this is the first ball he's gone hard on, and he gets an inside edge. Look at that ball. Asking questions is what we talked about. Big heave played onto the stumps. And Mitali is into celebrations like Cristiano Ronaldo again. 2 wickets in this over. Only going for 1. And he still has 2 more balls to go. From one wicket keeper to another. This team is full of wicket keepers. Elwa Loic Abimbabazi Ineza, the man with so many names, comes in. He last held a bat on a cricket pitch in Kampala, Uganda in the Bat Ball X tournament final. Today, he has to play a different format. There it was T10. This time around, it is 50 over game. 1 wicket bringing another Z.
Well, like you just mentioned, it's a team full of wicket keepers, but can they keep their wickets is the question. Watchfully played there. And again, you see the both set batsmen being removed all at once in the same over. Tells you a lot about the sort of approach the batsmen have. As a set batsman, you've just watched your partner getting out. Why would you risk playing such shots? You could see on that occasion how far away from his body he played that. Almost a robotic kind of shot. Something he has trained thousands of times in the nets and tends to throw his hands hard at it on offer.
Hard at it. He wanted to hit it very far, only to find it behind him. Elwa gets off strike. Look at the men there. They train together, live in the same area, and now they will have to be facing an IPRC Kigali alumni in terms of education, Mr. Bosco Tuyizere, man who just finished his studies at IPRC in civil engineering. He's bowling to his young brothers, the boys he saw coming into the game. He plays with them in the national team setup. In the elite league, they were facing each other. But different formats, different game. Man comes back to bowl his second when he bowled a maiden.
This time played to the offside. Can he better his maiden now is the question. As an engineer, can he lay the path for his side? A ray of hope, can it be? We've seen 2 wickets going in a single over. Can that variant bring yet another opportunity for the Royals? Let's wait and see here.
Man Bosco, civil engineer with a very strong foundation in a maiden. Let's see what he brings back in this over. Grafted on the leg side. A single is given. Again, not very good tactics from Telugu Royals. The 2 batters are yet to even score 5 runs. You already have a long on, long off in place. Deep extra cover. Isai Elwa not backing off, using the chances he's been given. Fielders outside. He goes hard on that one.
Have a look at that. Bowled it short, had all the time in the world and places it to perfection there for a boundary. No one there. The fielder had lots of miles to cover to chase that one down. A little bit of field movement around there by Tuyizere Bosco. A senior in the Telugu side as well. The amount of games he's been playing.
From the look of things, Elwa Loic is still in the T10 mode. He played so many unorthodox shots in Kampala, Uganda. His wagon wheel was mostly towards fine leg and third man. Now he comes back. It's a different ball game, but the man is targeting the leg side. would say fine over from the IPRC now. With one more ball to go, they've picked easy pickings again. Overthrow from Mupenzi Souvenir.
Fielding has been criminal by Telugu Royals here. Butterfingers out there in the field. Not really supportive to the bowler. Trizere Bosco giving away 9 runs in this over. Unlike his initial over, this time smashes it through covers. Beautiful looking shot that. Not the first of the day, but just as good.
Lovely shot to bring 100 for IPRC Cricket Club. Look at that. Everything behind the ball got into the line, guided that through to the scoreboard. I'll tell you, shot of the day so far. Very early to call that, but a very good shot from the Temba Bavuma of Rwanda.
Interesting to see the youngsters bringing out the shots. Classic as you like it. As classic as a Cadillac on low riders. Gahanga International Cricket Stadium has been hosting interesting events. Speaking of a Cadillac, we had a car show previously here. And of course, cricket on exhibition every weekend. I'd like to take time to invite viewers that can make it here to Gahanga. Oh, pops up in the air and the fielder drops that. Mitari Ivan not happy at all. No bowler would be. Have a look at that. The man seems to be moving at half the pace of everyone else out there in the middle.
Mitali Ivan not believing that is not a chance. That chance provided is not taken. I've told you about the 360 batter here in Elwa. I believe it's a bit very early to play these shots for a man who is on just 10 in 6 with 38 overs to bat. And again, looking at the bowler, is targeting. He's just picked 2 wickets. The equation here for IPRC should be, we should not give this guy another wicket.
Again, Landry, I would say brave, yes. Is it wise? Had no intention to play that. The bat was left on the back lift. Rested on his shoulder. Throughout. No attempt whatsoever. But again, knowing Mitari Ivan, it's a tease of a delivery. He's got that vicious in-swinger that he picked the first wicket with. And it is a brilliant setup. Gifting away, unfortunate there, goes through the legs of the captain himself. 5 runs. Beg your pardon. 4 by there. The keeper, Shiva Samba, not going underneath the ball. Ivan Mitari, shake of a head, not happy. Not being supported out there. A slower one. And a loud appeal. And the finger has been raised. Full looking delivery there by Mitari. And the batsman still standing his ground.
We talked about Mitali getting wickets previously. Before that ball, Zaid, we were saying these 2 batters should understand that we don't have to give Mitali anything. Eme will have to walk.
The man who sets to be the difference between these 2 sides Have a look at that. Oh, slightest of edges there, I must say. And the finger has been raised by the on-field umpire, Gusto Aimé. Couldn't believe the decision. Had a brief stay, but what's done has been done. He's got to walk off.
Done and dusted here for Aimé. He will have to wait another 36 overs, watching from the dugout before he takes a walk onto the field. And that is only if the batters to come can do a decent job to finish these overs. For a team that had more than 80 runs in the power play, over 50 over for no loss, is on 107 for 3.
And again, look at the fall of wickets, Landry. In quick succession here, Telugu Royals picking up wickets. Shows how the maturity level of the young IPRC Kigali Cricket Club is when it comes to batting. Trying to be aggressive. Is it necessary though? Once again goes through the wicketkeeper. The only man with a set of gloves in the field allows to let the ball go past yet again. Mitari Ivan picking up the third wicket. Has given away 25 runs here. And a very, very late backing away there. Eloi backing away extremely late. Interesting to see that. Lucky enough, Mitari Ivan does tend to have the temperament of a whale. Understanding he's playing with youngsters, does not have any reaction to it. And this time, the ball has been played over the infielder. And all the way to the boundary it goes. Beautiful looking shot that, Landry.
Good shot from Eloi. Beg your pardon. These two are like siblings, twins to be specific. Physical appearances. And they both come from the same area as well. But talk about that shot, I still think it is too early for Eloi to play those shots against someone who is already on 3 wickets in 2 overs. He's done everything for his club and against Eloi's club. So I would think Mitali is not a bowler to take on this morning. Should be respected because he's proven that he can pick wickets.
Well, absolutely there by Ivan Mitari, bringing in the various sorts of deliveries on offer. And that man you see on screen, who's been part of the poor field, has been given the ball in hand yet again. Speaking of the 2 batsmen out there in the middle, on the contradictory side when it comes to physical height, Landry, we've got 2 batsmen out here. Rukundo, Jean-Pierre and Abim Babazi. Starting off with a wide.
IPRC with depth in terms of batting. Rukundo is also another batter who can play very long. Plays that one straight to Simon Sesazi. They want 2, they will get 2. Very good backup from Bosco. Good throw from him. not backed up well by Shiva, and they take 3 runs. I would say 3 free runs.
The youngsters making a mockery out of the field there, picking up extras. And Ramu, from the looks of the body language, doesn't seem to be playing his best here. Not quite sure what sort of a reaction the captain is picking out of this. Hasn't been really helpful in the field, but has been given the ball in hand. Clipped. And clipped for a boundary. Beautiful shot. Just the sound of the bat. Off to the boundary it goes.
Eloy Loic, not in the moods of 50 overs. I would say a very good shot from him. Flicked on the leg side, no man's land. Takes no time to reach the boundary. Simon Sesazi not into it. Arguably one of the best fielders in the Ugandan setup. He drops that one.
He was hit hard. He was travelling. Never easy in that position. And once again, this time much better. And fumble there. Ramu, like I mentioned, not being helpful whatsoever.
You've got to bowl, but again you've got to field. Guilty there. Good throw from Arnold. Ramu not able to collect the ball. But again, Helwaloik still guilty of trying so many things in this game. 50 overs with 35 overs to go. The team is on 122 for the loss of 3. Free hit has been called. Throws everything at it. Not connection. Not connected. And it is just a single.
Not connecting that at all. Full toss being offered and has received the treatment it needed onto the leg side in a flash for yet another boundary. As you see, Sibonio swinging his arms, indicating the boundary there.
Finally, something 50 over like from Elwa. From his 20 runs he scored, half of those have come from behind him, playing the scoops. On your screens there, the team manager of IPRC Cricket Club, Merveille Wase, with the Lady Grants staff here, Ali Sikuzgwe, right guards bowler and challengers bowler in Emeng Raija and Abdallah Nganji. It is time for the drinks. 127 for 3 in 16 overs.
16 overs done here. Drinks very, very needed by the Telugu side, I must say. The players seem to be tearing up. Lots of boundaries, considering the fact that we're playing 50 overs here. There you see 42 of 38, Manishimu Oscar Nyomugabo is a 34 of 37 with 4 boundaries to his name. And it was just criminal getting into your 40s. The curse of 40s continues. Laundry here at Gahanga. How many have we seen in the previous tournament? The East African Trophy. Plenty of guilty batsmen getting out into their 40s and not reaching that 50 landmark.
I would blame less the batters in T20s if they were going hard on the ball. Look at that scorecard. 7 bowlers already used by Telugu Royals, and they've only bowled 16 overs. Ivan Mitali being the lone bowler to get a wicket, 3 on his name at an economy of 7.25. The other bowlers going for so many. Arnold, 11. Patel, 13. Bosco, 6.50. Nyong'oru Joshua, surprisingly, has not been given another over. He's bowled at an economy of 4.50. Only bowled 2 overs. Interesting tactics from the captain here. These are the overs, Zaid. You need your spinners to be going through things. They can bowl going at 4 runs and 5. You'll be into things. But surprisingly, Joshua Kamana is not bowling currently.
The stories that these numbers don't tell, Landry, is the sort of line the bowlers have been approaching the batsmen with. If you see the likes of Joshua achieving that economy of 4.5 and just giving away 9 runs and 7 dots he's bowled, is because the sort of line and questions he's been asking the batsmen. Yet the likes of Ishima Arnold and Amit Shivabai Patel have been very expensive because they've been offering width and a short of length deliveries which tend to light up the eyes of the batsmen. Knowing these youngsters, they do not back away from such freebies. But an exceptional fight back by Mitari Ivan.
Very exceptional from the experienced bowler, who will be bowling the 17th over of the game. Ivan Mitali has played for Rwanda for quite some time, only missing out this year. He was in the qualifiers, team that made history, runners up on the home soil, qualifying for the big stage, for the big dance come November in the southern part of Africa. Namibia against the big boys, Uganda, Kenya, Tanzania. Namibia the hosts, and the big boys, Zimbabwe.
Interesting competition that is going to be. If teams like Rwanda are to Bamba, they've got to go chill with the big boys. Loud appeal there, umpire not moved, and it races away to a boundary. As buys, it's been given by Gusto.
5 buys. Very clever decision from the captain, Shiva, bringing his top bowler to bowl after the break. That had been always my go-to tactic. In 50 overs, get your best bowler to come and bowl. Lovely looking shot from Elwa Loic through the legs of Arnold. He does a better job. But they take 3 runs.
Got a mixed feeling about that, Laundry. Yes, it was a slow bit of fielding, but an exceptional comeback. And speaking of batsmen running between the wickets there, picking up valuable runs, they will be bringing the aggression back with rotating the strike here. Mintari Ivan will be asking big questions here. Whenever width has been offered here by the bowlers, the batsmen of the IPRC side tend to throw their hands hard at it.
Throwing their hands at it. Lovely stuff from Elwa. Getting behind the ball completely, leaving no room at all. And now Mitali will have to bowl to Jean-Pierre Rukundo, who is on 4 from 4. Slow ball. Chance created. Cesar as he takes it. Lovely catch. Mitali is 1 wicket away from picking a fifer. Rukundo Jean-Pierre going hard at that. And that is it. Telugu Royals already into the mid-orders of the IPRC batting lineup.
A very, very brief stay there by Rukundo Jean-Pierre. And if we were to look at the replay, you can see the front foot was there, but blindly swinging the bat away from the body once again. Simon Sesazi says thank you. Job well done there by Mitari. The man, like I mentioned, is the difference. Lone warrior from the bowling side. The youngsters got a brilliant start, but now the wickets are just tumbling. No sort of assessment being provided.
Against all odds, Mitali Ivan is coming out with everything. 4 wickets on his name already, going for 32 runs. Count 19 of those before the power play. He's bowled fantastically afterwards. And now he will need someone to work with. And I will tell you, Shiva should be turning to Joshua Kamana now to see if he can work with Ivan Mitali. Full ball. No is the call from Theophile Ndaishimie. I would say that the Telugu bowler Mitali Ivan has done a very good job. He's already into the mid-order.
Mitari Ivan once again into the attack, and there you see the in-swing. He has a lovely, lovely in-swing delivery there. Lovely movement and a brilliant over. With that, we come to the end of the 17th over. 135 for 4, IPRC Kigali. And once again, the ball has been provided to Ishimwe Arnold from the airport end.
Arnold into the attack to Elwa, the busiest batter so far. 28 in 14. Man still in the mood of T20, T10s. 136 for 4 after 17 for a team that was 90 for no.
Just the frequency of the fall of wickets here has been quite drastic. And a wrong line, easy runs, gifting away. Not easy for the wicketkeeper as well, but should have done a better job there, the skipper. Arnold Ishimwe picks up his first wicket. Tries to lap him this time around. Fails to get the connection. And you see the celebration there by the Telugu side. Something that we've been talking about lately. Elwa there has to depart for 28 of 14.
Been saying that he's playing a T10 strike rate 200. I'll tell you, Zed, if this man was in my team, this long walk was not coming to our dugout. It is the other side of the ground. Going for a scoop, playing it on the stumps. You've lost 4 wickets for nothing. And now you come in and throw it, because being on 28 at the strike rate of 200 means that no bowler is troubling you. And you've got 33 overs to go. Not very responsible from Elwa Loic.
From the looks of it, a premeditated shot. Was trying to expose the fine leg region, but didn't get the connection. And yet another batsman chopping it onto the stumps. A long day to think about what sort of shot selection to be made by young Elwa. And again, have a look at that. Determination on 100. Execution not quite there. And now we've got rookie Riza Emil, the man with a golden arm, with a ball in his hand, who's been representing the national side, has been quite exceptional to the bowling unit for Team Rwanda. Has been successful in previous tournaments here on this field. But now he's got the bat in his hand. Let's see what sort of numbers does he put up. And again, we get to see Landry, two fresh batsmen out there in the middle. That shows the lack of responsibilities by the set batsman. We saw young Elwa getting out into the 20s there. Wrong shot selection. Knowing he's got a fresh partner out there in the middle, that should have let him know that his partner needs to be set in and build a partnership there. Again, tight line there by Shimo Arnold.
Emil Richard is a senior player in the team, a national team player. He last played a game in Kampala, Uganda last weekend for Wanderers Cricket Club against Ceylon Cricket Club. Man went to Kampala and came back with a cricket ball after picking 7 wickets in that particular 50-over game, which tells you that he comes into this game with some 50-over cricket behind him, and he's not new in the long format. I'll tell you an interesting fact about Emil. In the 2021 Under-19 World Cup qualifiers here in Kigali, he was the Rwanda's best all-rounder in the team, batting for very long. That is 3 years down the line in the national team. He's been trying to clear the boundaries, but can he get back into that mindset and play long? Because the IPRC Cricket Club needs that very badly.
Well, definitely the sort of leading players have that aura, or should have that aura around them, for the youngsters to carry on and learn a trick or two. There you see our spectators there, hoping for maximums. Set of big players there watching on. And what a turnaround this has been by Telugu Royals. Projected score says 389 on board. Current strike rate of 7.78. But that is due to the base that was set initially by the IPRC boys. Said Adil from the pavilion end once again after a short break that he had. In the drinks break, the team must have had that discussion of maintaining the tight lines, not offering with, or trying to make it easy. No freebies for the batsmen. They've got to work for them. They've got to play proper cricketing shot. Lovely looking that. Beating the inside edge of Daishimwe. What would you like to say about the temperament of the middle order of the IPRC?
Temperament. Chance given and chance taken by Arnold. Easy catch from Theo. That is it. IPRC loses their 6th.
Daishimwe Theophil has to depart for a duck. 5 deliveries he's faced. No score being added by him. Have a look at that. Hard hands, swings through the line of the ball, and a brilliant catch taken there by Ishimu Arnold. Telugu Royals having a very firm grip on the middle order of the IPRC Kigali Cricket Club. 140 for the loss of 6. 3 legal deliveries left in this over. We're into the 18th over, Landry. Do you think teams like IPRC tend to play the 50 over format and do it justice?
Openers looked fair to the 50 over format. The mid order, unfortunately, was not interested in following the leadership given by the two batters in Oscar and Isai. And now we are seeing the bowlers into the attack. Eric Kubgimana is facing, together with his national team teammate Emil Ruchiriza. I'll tell you, if you look at the wickets that IPRC has lost, Eme a bit unlucky. Isai, very good ball from Mitali. Oscar going hard. You won't take away anything from the two openers, but the other wickets, Rukundo swinging not in the shape of in the best shape. Elwa guilty playing unorthodox shots. And that is it from a team that was on 80 for no, 140 for 6.
I would say harsh call there by Gusto. Love to see that one more time. Didn't look like it was that far off from the white line, but it is the final decision of the man there. Oh, lovely bit of late swing. Left him clueless there. Have a look at that, Landry. Ooh, very, very close indeed. Given the conditions, 19 over 141 for the loss of 6 here. We've got to give the green light to the lower order batsmen here. Get some runs firing in for their side. But again, the tactic could be play as many overs as possibly you can. They've played just 19. It could be a breaking point for the Telugu side if stretched the batting innings. And again, the intent has to be there. At the moment, Team IPRC seems to be on the back foot, trying to be secure and avoid losing wickets and adding pressure each and every dot ball that goes by.
Emil Ruchiriza there will need to do a lot of work. He is a decent batter at this particular level, especially. He's done that. Very calm mind. If he can push the team to playing as many overs as they can, then they stand a chance. But anything they get, if they don't play the overs, the Telugu Royals will be standing a chance to win the game because they have firepower. In Simon Sesazi, Bosco Tuizere, Shiva, the captain himself. Adil Said, Joshua Kamana, who will have to work hard not to play the same version of cricket that Elwa was playing now, because both of them like it 360 way. But now here is a game.
And once again, Ishimu Arnold guilty of bowling that horrible line down the leg, gifting away free runs. Not a good sight for the fielding unit. Have a look at that. He's trying to work with that angle of the ball coming in, but just missing everything. Has tried it plenty of times. One thing as a fielding side at the moment, they need to keep it as tight as they possibly can. Yes, you've added the pressure onto the batting side. You need to sustain it. You need to keep the pressure on.
Keep the pressure on is the language Zaid is speaking here. And for real, Telugu Royals have not learnt a thing or two from the previous game by setting an attacking field and making sure that you keep the batters thinking. And again, lovely ball from Arnold. Ishimwe, for someone bowling in that chain, anything the batter touches, if the fielders are away, it will turn into a single. Shiva will need to work very hard in the next games. Again, someone with 4 wickets has only bowled 5 overs. I've already removed him. He's shown you that he is into the groove. He can pick wickets. He's picking them for fun. Very good running between the two here. A very good throw from Mitali. Mitali having the best day today. Anything he's touching is turning into result.
Had a chat with him early on. He was happy with his captain's decision to bowl first. There you see the scorecard, 149 on board for the loss of 6 in 20 overs here. A very decent T20 score, I must say. But this is the longer format, and alongside it, we've got the nature of the wear and tear through the game. 30 more overs left in this innings here. A thing or two must be learned by the skipper, Shiva Samba, trying to understand that the score is going almost past their total in the previous game that they really need to work upon. And again, if they're to remain within the tournament, they've got to find a way to fight back from that result against challenges, and the amount of net run rate that needs to be piled up for their side. It was a massive blow, that one.
Very massive. They will need to come back very hard. But first things first, win a game before you start thinking about the net run rate. I tell you, from the way Emil is playing, typically showing that he wants to replicate those innings of 2021 against Nigeria, picking player of the match, 22 runs in as many as 53 balls, picking 4 wickets in that particular game, giving us the only win in that qualifier in Division 1, which made Rwanda go back to Division 2, where the under-19 boys will need to work very hard to qualify to Division 1 at least come next year. Lovely ball from Said Adil, asking lots of questions to Eric Kubgimana.
Landry, you've been a player yourself. You've been a coach too. What sort of approach do you have to bowlers that seem to be inconsistent with their lines? Do they trouble you more than the consistent ones? That is a very, very interesting question that I asked to plenty of cricketers around here.
From the batting perspective, Zaid, I will tell you, a consistent bowler is hard to deal with in 50 overs, but an inconsistent bowler is even more hard to deal with in 50 overs because you never know what he's bringing. Any mistake you make, you might be going. At least you know if he is consistent, I've got these options. In a T20, if he is inconsistent, then he travels. But 50 overs, especially bowlers with a caliber like Saeed Adil, this is how Rukuno got out after facing different deliveries. Look at that. Good throw from Joshua. But I'll tell you, Zaid, look at what the IPRC batters are building. Just waiting for the runs. They've decided to go with one approach. Run hard. They're not taking any chance. This is where now Shiva should be thinking cleverly and saying, if Mitali on your screen there is the national coach, Mr. Lee Booth, together with Sarah Beck, the ICC master educator, who's been here in Rwanda helping out, teaching tutors and new coaches. 2 courses already. Talking about tutors, we take this time to wish the best to the Rwanda's female coach, Ghislaine Umubiei, already in the skies, traveling to Botswana for the ICC tutors course in Haborone in the next few days. Left Kigali late last night. As I was saying, coming back to the game here, Zaid, Mitali has picked 4 wickets. Good wickets. Top order, cleaned, mid order, the other 2 wickets. And now, Eric Kubgimana and Emil Richiriza, both bowlers, yes, they can bat, but they haven't had enough time to bat. They're coming from a T20 tournament. Should this be the time for loud appeal for a catch? Shiva appealing without collecting the ball first. That's a chance gone. Coming back to what we are saying, should this be Mitali and Joshua bowling at this moment to see if they can get the last 4 wickets for Telugu Royals?
It is a big question, and definitely if they've been bowling consistent and asking big questions, they should be the ones in line here for Telugu Royals. It's a great opportunity for these batters to show the ability. They've got plenty of overs here to fulfill the batting discharges. Oh, plays it onto the leg side. Speaking of players coming from different regions here, Landry, you've been part of the development side. Recently, you've seen lots of youngsters competing from various regions of the country. Talk us through the source of development and the process and the build-up cricket has influenced.
That's a very good question to be asked, and not an easy one, because things have been happening in Rwanda. Last week we just concluded the Byiruka cricket tournament for the boys. 9 teams competing at IPRC, and they both grounds here at Gahanga Cricket Stadium. Gahanga Leopards managing to win the tournament, the 25-over tournament. 3 centuries in that. Chris Yusuf with 2 centuries back to back. And the young 15-year-old Onesme Kwizera scoring a century at a strike rate of 180. The future is bright, Zaid. We had a very exciting final here at Kahanga on Thursday afternoon. Ramagana taking on Kahanga Leopards. But the partnership, very good running. Shiva finally listening to us and bringing Mitali Ivan back into the attack. And Eric calls Emil for that quick single. These two will need to make sure that Mitali doesn't get a wicket. But as commentators, this is what we ask for. Competition. Mitali back into the attack. Let's see how these two battle it.
Well, again, we've got to see how defensive can these two be. There you see no intent to play the ball. And knowing that sharp in-swing delivery as an option that Mitali has could be opening the gates for Telugu Royals here once again. You've been telling us about the players and the progress that has been made. However, speaking of progress, it's not always about the players. It might be the officials. It might be the facilities. And going back to the roots of cricket, where it all began.
Tell you, Zaid, there was a lot of improvement in terms of everything. My biggest, the best group to give all the credits are the ground staff here at Kahanga and IPRC Cricket Club. If you look at the last 1 month and a half, the grounds have been used completely. Lovely ball from Italy. We've played the East Africa Trophy. Count the T10 Women's Tournament in Division 1. 3 major development programs. The Biruka Boys and Girls Tournaments. The Seruka Under 15 Boys Tournament. And coming back to the Biruka last week, 50 innings, 5,099 runs in that. 374 wickets. 54 sixes from youngsters, Zaid. 950s, 300s, and 300 partnerships. 92 catches. All that coming from the youngsters.
The numbers there sounding like music to any cricket enthusiast. Very exciting the youngsters have been, and indeed the future is very bright.
Future bright. And after that tournament, I'll tell you, a team of 26 boys was selected to fight to make the 14 as the Rwanda under 19 boys fight in Division 2 next year. ICC World Cup qualifiers. They will be playing against the likes of Nigeria, Sierra Leone, who are just coming from Division 1 in Tanzania. Lovely feedback from the two batters here. Mitali has tried everything possible to get a wicket. Bowled Yorkers, blocked on merit. He's just given Emil one which asks him to go back, and that was blocked comfortably. If he does not get a wicket in this over, it will be a win for IPRC Cricket Club. But if he does, it will be music to the ears of Telugu Royals. Slow ball, wide ball.
We'll have to bowl that one once again. Is Mitali Ivan, who's picked up 4 wickets already, just 1 wicket away. Does he pick up a fifer? He's fighting it hard. Out of 6 wickets that have gone by, he's picked 4 of them. 1 to Adil Saeed and Arnold Ishimwe. On the money once again, nowhere to go. A dot delivery. Excellent over that.
Excellent over for both bowling and batting units. I'll tell you, Elwa must be feeling very bad seeing Eric Kubgimana there, who he knows will come back and bowl to Simon Cesars in the first over. is doing what was supposed to be his job, playing with a full face, getting behind the ball, maturity at its best from the two batters. IPRC in the new uniforms, looking like one of the oldest football clubs here in Rwanda, in Mukura Victory Sports, a team that is based in the southern part of Rwanda. Huye was telling the manager there, you are looking very smart, close to the black caps. And it is 160 for 6 with 27 overs to go, Zaid.
160 on board. Plenty of overs left here. And again, these bowlers have to ask questions constantly. Yes, the batsmen are not looking intentful out there, trying to play it around safely, keep it on the ground. But you've got to entice the batsman to create those errors. Like that is a much better length. As you can see from that shot, the batsman was already into a defensive position even before the ball pitched. A little bit of chirping here and there by the keeper can get the batsman off his game. Now there's slip being placed. Beating the outside edge consecutively is Joshua Kamana. A test of the piece there by the batsman. Similar looking shot, similar looking deliveries.
It's hard to notice, but Joshua has bowled very well in this particular game. And my questions were why he's not been given the ball earlier on after bowling two good overs. But I will tell you, these two batters playing decently. The two batters know that we have 27 overs to go, and if we keep waiting, these guys will be bowling, and the more they get tired, the more we capitalize on that.
Well, staying true to the nature of the longer format, there are plenty of ways to win a cricket game. Speaking of the wear and tear that the longer format has, it tends to tire the fielding side. So no matter what score has been put up, the teams tend to put up that score, and you need to be able to chase it through the course of the day. It's never easy after having done the fielding job for long. Lots of turn there by Amit Shivabai Patel, but not getting the right line. He gets lots of turn out of this wicket, Landry.
He does. Mr. Amit there with 3 numbers on the shot. Cut very well on the left side of the third man, and that is a boundary. First boundary on Emil's name. Mr. Ruchiriza, shot number 3 for Team Rwanda and Team IPRC Cricket Club. He's a big fan of the basketball legend. Look at that.
Have a look at that. Played extremely late. Better late than never. And once again, powerfully struck. Yet another boundary. Back-to-back boundaries for IPRC off the blade of Rukiriza Emil. They want to take on Amit Sivabai Patel, trying to recover from the much slower overs that have been bowled previously.
There's the recovery, but I'll tell you, Zaid, again, there is nothing wrong in that shot. It's just been given width. He's just playing very good cricketing shots. And the patience paying 15 in 18, and look at the partner, 4 in 21. This is a bowler shot, very good drive towards long off. He'll take that a single. He knows Bosco is not one to take on. If these two can reach a 200 mark when they are still on the wicket, a big score will be coming out of this game.
Calls of catch it were there. 18 boundaries and 1 maximum have been struck in this inning so far by IPRC Kigali Cricket Club. Entertaining this innings has been. We've seen the fall of wickets, we've seen a maximum, we've seen boundaries earlier on, and also in this over we saw 2 tournament boundaries, 102 and 22 maximums have been hit. All that entertainment courtesy of our proud and humble sponsors, Rwanda Cricket Association and Duffabet, through which we get the live stream and casting for our online viewers, for whom we're greatly thankful to. We've got Ramu once again from the airport end.
Lovely piece of keeping from Shiva. Diving on the left. Top effort. Not from the bowler, but from the captain himself. Making sure that 4 more extras are not added on the total. Emil Ruchiriza looking very good, 16 in 20. That's his partner Eric Kubgimana, 6 in 25. Proving that yes, we can go 25 in 6, but we can also go 6 in 25 if that is what the team needs to win. He gives a chance, doesn't carry to Simon Sesazi. 173 on the cards for the loss of 6. 2 balls to go to finish 26. 173, and we are just halfway in the overs.
And there we have the current partnership. 33 runs, 45 balls they've faced. 5 of 22 by Kubimana Eric and Rukiriza Emil on 16 of 20. Doing the majority of the work there. A cute little partnership building up amongst these two. Closing in to that 200 mark at a very steady, slow-paced approach. Mitari Ivan from the pavilion end once again. Have a look at that drop and run there by Kubimana Eric, who's on 6 of 25 deliveries. But the importance of him playing those 25 deliveries is worth an applause.
Very clever batting from the two. Tell you the biggest positive on these two facing Mitali has been that they have not shown him any sign that they are afraid of losing their wickets. They are running very hard, getting behind the ball, not leaving anything, dropping and running. And that is how you're supposed to play someone who is picked already 4 wickets in his 7th over. Slow ball played on the leg side. Very good arm. They ran 2. This is the best form of aggressiveness to me in 50 over cricket, Zaid.
Well, definitely the runs keep piling up, and that's what you need in the longer format, whichever way they come. And easy as you like it by these two, Rukiriza Emil and Kubimana Eric. They've been teammates in the recent national tournament being hosted here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. Both have a great tendency of understanding each other and maturity, being exposed to the mature side of cricket competitions, playing alongside the big boys from Uganda, who won 11 out of 12 matches. Men on demolition job.
Big boys. One of the big boys is back in town. Cesazi Simon featuring for a franchise team here at Telugu Royals. Again, Mitali changing ends. And Emil not changing any of the approaches. Guides that the safest area in the cricket field.
Oh, lovely looking shot. Have a look at that. Just showing it the full face of the bat. Letting him know I've got a bat in my hand for a reason. Holds the pause. He knew it the moment it left his bat, that it is going for a boundary. And boundary it did go for.
Told you when this man entered, should he shift to the 2021 memories, he will be very dangerous. Full toss on offer. I'll tell you, they are going to run as hard as possible. They take 2 runs.
Valuable runs being picked up here. And yes, Rukiriza Emil playing a vital role here for IPRC Kigali Cricket Club. Playing proper cricketing shots, not rushing it whatsoever. You can see the confidence through the body language there by both of these two batsmen. As easy as you like it. As cool as a cucumber on a sunny day. With that, we've got Joshua 333. A big number. Also associated with a very big name in world cricket. Pitch of a delivery that beating the outside edge of Kubimana Eric. Just leaning into that one. Beats the outside edge into the gloves of the keeper. Again, drop and run. Very, very smart cricket this.
Smart cricket. The two tall men here for IPRC Cricket Club doing a fantastic job as we see the captain bringing everyone inside to try and attack Emil Ruchiriza. Something that he should have thought way earlier than this. Right after picking those 4 wickets. Ruchiriza, short ball on offer, guides that on the leg side. Mr. Vijay will have to do a lot of running. These two are very quick. They take 3 runs.
Picking up very, very easy singles courtesy of the slopey infield there. Mohammed Irfan gifting away a single. These are very valuable runs for Team IPRC as they close in to the 200 mark. Not so far away, 186 for the loss of
Down there at IPRC Cricket Ground. Tamil Lions taking on the Vikings Cricket Club. Nanda Kishan, 71 in 60. Standout player for Tamil Lions. Tamil Lions on 189 for 4 in 30 overs. They still have 20 overs to go. You must say they have played pretty well. Ugandan international Olipa Gerard not able to score runs, but the partnership between Nanda Kishan and Avinash getting the team in a very good position. Chance for a run out. Sloppy fielding continues. The Tamil Lions here at IPRC Cricket Club, they are already in 189. The player of the match in the previous game, Suleiman, leaving early today, 15 in 35. The young Vikings team has already used 9 bowlers. Interesting to see that. Healthy outside edge. He pick a single. These two now running at everything.
It can be quite irritating to the fielding side as the rotation of strike is so vulnerable, and it is the safest of options here for the batting side to keep the scoreboard ticking. Tuizere Bosco from the pavilion end. Dots that one. Interesting to see Bosco bowling. With the rate he's moving at some point, he'll be a complete all-rounder for Team Telugu. Perhaps the glove work as well.
I'll tell you, Bosco has a very bad memory with the glove work. He cannot dare taking gloves again. Not because he can't, because he's kept wickets for the under-19 national team when he was the captain. But the man got injured last year ahead of a big qualifier when he was into the groove with so many runs after scoring a century in T20s here locally. The man was left out of the team because of an injury due to that collision between him and the young man Jasper. Then featuring for Zonic Tigers, I'll tell you that is not a risk he's willing to take again.
With that, we've come to the end of the 30th over. To the end of the 29th over. 190 on board for the loss of 6 wickets. Our team IPRC Kigali just 10 runs short of the 200 mark there. And Joshua will be bowling from the airport end. Starts off with a dot ball. Beats the outside edge. A much quicker delivery there. Surprises the keeper and the sleep fielder there. And goes for a boundary.
Fortune favors the brave. That was not a very good ball. Eric Kubgimana will feel it's not given that enough connection. But look at that. 15 already. The man who was 4 in 26 is now 15 in 36. It's back to it.
And again, from the point of shot selection here, Landry, you've been a coach yourself. There's a shot that Kubimana Eric has been playing across his body there. If that ball tends to be not this time around, this time plays a proper cricketing shot through the covers for a boundary. Have a look at that. Excellent bit of connection there. Through his hands at it, and a carpet shot through the covers. It goes for a 4.
That's one of the best shots I've ever seen Eric play. I will change that. Earlier, my favorite shot of the day from Emem Chodusenge is just a copy and paste to this one. But I will replace it with this because it's coming from a bowler. Eme is meant to play that way. But Eric, what a player. A heart of a lion. This man walked in one of those games we don't stream. The Rwanda Emerging versus the Nigeria under-19. walked in when the Rwanda needed 40. With 2 wickets in hand, he made sure the team won by single-handedly scoring 30 off that 40, playing with the tail, counting as hard as possible. 2 runs away from 200. Earlier we spoke about this team getting 200 without losing another wicket. They're just 2 runs away and 20 overs to go. Zaid, break time.
A big score can be put up here, but again we've seen the sort of changes that come to the game after this break. The first break we had, we saw we've got the partnerships here of Team IPRC Kigali, New Mugavu Izai and Manishimu Oscar with a brilliant partnership, opening partnership of 84 of 73 deliveries. Izai scoring 34 and Manishimu Oscar 42. Then just a small one of Manishimu Oscar and Mucho Dusenge Eme. Mucho Dusenge Eme and Ineza Elwa scoring 21 of 12 there. And a brilliant partnership building up yet again between Kubimana Eric and Rukiriza Emil. 58 of 60 deliveries. A very, very mature innings by these two, bringing a balance to their side. Remarkable batting by the lower order, and the sense of responsibility they're showing is second to none. Up and over by Rukiriza Emil. The chase is on. Ishimi Arnold does a brilliant job, and so do the batsmen out there in the middle. With that, they pick up 3 runs to Izere Bosco, and the 200 comes up. We're into the 31st over here. Landry, how well have these young boys extended the innings?
Very well. They've done a very good job. Talk about a good job. They keep working hard. Eric Kubgimana plays that on the leg side. And the feedback from the dugout. Look at that. Not a bad ball from Bosco, but the men have changed the approach. They look like they want to attack now. Feedback from the dugout is to Hagume, let's keep working and stay on the wicket. They know one wicket brings another, and they only have 4 in hand. If these guys, IPRC, can bat the 50 overs, they will be happy at the end of the day, because you don't want to score 250 in a team that has Bosco Tuizere, Simon Sesazi, Shiva, to mention very few of those batters who can get runs for Telugu Royals.
Speaking of which, Landry, we're done with 31 overs here, 206 on board for the loss of 6. What really might be catching your attention is, yes, the big scores are being put in, but in what form and how they've been put in does really matter. Look at the approach by these two young men. That was a very, very impressive boundary for someone like Kubimana Eric. That shows the potential he's got with a bat in hand. And again, being part of the national side, it's not only bowling that he works with, also with the bat.
I'll tell you the experience of coaching these young 2 men here on the wicket. Players are made, yes. Some players get it very easily with the technique. But from the coaching perspective, I'll always pick a player with a very good attitude towards learning and playing the game very well. And the attitude tells you these two have the best attitude you can ever have in terms of learning and taking the game on. They came in when the ship was sinking for their club. They have steadied it, and they are coming very, very well.
Swing and a miss there by Kubimana Eric. Vijay enticing him to play it down the ground, but misses it completely. Trying to overheat on that instant. "32 overs done here, 208 on board for IPRC. 6 wickets down they are, but a brilliant partnership under construction here by Rukiriza, Emil and Kubimana, respectively 32 of 37 deliveries and 24 of 47 very mature innings by these two youngsters. Starts off with a wide is Said Adil. The message is loud and clear by the skipper, telling Adil not to try too many different new things, just keep it simple. And a drop and run. The singles are very painful to the Telugu Royal side here. The rest of the middle order watchfully played once again, picks up a single yet again. The rest of the middle order batsmen there should be learning a thing or two from the sort of strike rotation these two are having and the partnership they're building. And again, of course, the build-up of partnership, regardless of what format of cricket you play, is vital to building an innings, be it chase or being setting up a score. And another wide, couple of extras on offer here. Drop and run once again. Basic cricket. Very, very nice to see this. Despite the fielders being so close, they pick up those singles with so much ease. And a wide and a run stolen. So 2 runs off that delivery. Not getting his line right is Adil Saeed. That's the sort of delivery he should be bowling, beating the outside edge there. Slashes that one hard and it races away to the boundary. The fielder wasn't anywhere close to that. Quick hands through the ball. Had enough legs on to reach to the boundary there. Nowhere near any fielder. Telugu Royals losing the grip here with the lower order batsmen. A proper build up. These runs will be hurting them. And now change of sides. Played onto the leg side. There is no effort of chasing that. The wicket keeper overtakes the fielder and gets to the boundary and probably will walk back. That shows the lack of effort by Vijay. Starts off with a boundary. Munguiko. A very, very Munguiko starts off with a boundary and a good comeback by him. A very Swahili name that for the viewers out there. Munguiko defining there is God. And surely the Telugu Royals in desperate need of a wicket here, in a desperate need to pull the rabbit out of the hat here. After the initial boundary, it has been a good comeback by Munguiko. Lovely intent by young Munguiko. He's bowling really well. Apart from that first delivery that got struck for a boundary, he's come back really well. Jersey number 5 charging in again. Not getting his line this time around. Picks up wide. Look at the enthusiasm by the youngster running back to the top of his mark. Very eager to bowl. That shows the passion he carries for the game. Lovely to see that. Bowls it down the leg. We'll go for 5 more. And he's got to bowl a delivery yet again. Not finishing the over. That brings 230 on board for the loss of 6. Team IPRC.
Team IPRC back from 230 to 230 in no time. This is the 4th over. Flick. And that is it. 34 overs gone, 16 more to go. If these two gentlemen continue like this, 300 is on the cards here. Look at the dugout, relaxed. Oscar already removed the trousers. Captain himself, Michel Iradukunda, padded. And the young man, hard hitter Zirahangaje Francois.
Lovely placement there on the offside. Will pick up 2 runs comfortably. Just cruising along at the moment is Rukiriza and Kubimana Eric, respectively. On 40 or 45 is Rukiriza Emil, and Kubimana Eric on 30 or 52.
These two playing very well. 40 in 45 is where Emil is standing, getting behind the ball. Look at that, running very hard. Take on Arnold, and they run 2.
Runs keep piling up here for IPRC Kigali Cricket Club. It will be a big task for the Telugu Royals to come in. Yes, they've got the likes of Simon Sisazi all the way from Uganda. But it's never easy. It's never a one-man show. At times it could be in the game of cricket, but knowing the nature and the sort of cricket Team Telugu Royals have been playing off lately seems to be a big question and a big ask for them to chase it down. And the effect on the opponents mentally, seeing 200 coming on board here, is quite demeaning. Beats the outside edge this time. Mitari Ivan was fighting so hard. He's given away 52 runs. Picked up 4 wickets. And we get to see a bowler scoring a 50.
With the way these two have batted, I'll tell you, Zaid, these are not bowlers. Played very nicely. And their team is brought back into the competition. 236 with 15 overs to go.
Vijay coming from the airport end. On the pads, loud appeal, the umpire walking away from that. Rukiriza Emil into the 40s. He's on 43 or 49. A brilliant innings he's been playing so far.
These two have played decent cricket. 43 in 49, 30 in 55. More wides coming. If you look at what Vijay is trying to bowl a little bit fuller.
Ishimwe Arnold coming from the pavilion end. Starts off with a dot ball. 2 back-to-back dot balls here. Keeping it simple. Let's hope he continues that. Watchfully played there by Kubimana. Chance of a run out there, but misses the stumps. Has gotten covered by Tuizer Bosco. Love to see a review of that throw. It was really close to the stumps there. Was a chance of a run out. Ishimwe Arnold charging in once again. A decent over this has been so far.
Very decent. I'll tell you, the talk at this time is the partnership. Look at that missed chance. Had that been direct hit, they were going to see shot number 22 walking off the field. But what an innings these two have had. Very fine job rebuilding. Emil making the right decisions, 44 in 52, and Eric 33 in 62. Had it been a short version, they would have liked to be the other way around. But good players are made of that. They know when to attack. The current partnership is 101 runs in 111 balls. Out of nowhere, without the opposition knowing. Very, very fine job done by the two. Talking about players knowing when to attack. It's all about how you want to win the game. The legend, Abraham de Villiers with Faf. 35 runs in 211 balls in a test match. Looks like the youngsters have been following. They know the history of the game. They know a thing or two about batting.
Lovely bit of stretch. This has been to the innings by Rukiriza Emil and Kubimana Eric. And again, staying within the competition here, do we see the bowlers trying to find out different approach to break this partnership? You've dealt with the more stubborn batsmen early on and taken care of those. And how is it that as a bowler you tend to struggle with the lower order batsmen? Plays it around the corner this time. That is the risky shot that I was telling you of. He's played it plenty of times, but it is so risky. If he happens to miss his blade, it will be a very easy decision in the end for Sivo Neo.
Easy it would be for the umpire. But Emil looking very, very comfortable. There. Nice and cool weather here at Gahanga. 22 degrees. There is a 70% chance in the afternoon for a rain. Hopefully we'll have a full match played here. Gahanga Cricket Stadium. You're following from the East Africa. The Rwanda Premier League. 50 overs. Telugu Royals versus IPRC Kigali. If you're just joining in, 242 for 6 is where the IPRC Cricket Club is standing. With 12 overs to go. Shiva Ratan calls Arnold Ishimwe to come and bowl as he also removes the wicket-keeping equipment. He might be thinking of bowling himself. He started his career in Rwanda as a bowler. Must say, this man came to Rwanda with a lot of experience in terms of playing cricket. He can bat, he can bowl, and he can keep very well.
That's something, Landry, we've seen plenty of players fitting into that bracket. The skipper of the national side himself being guilty of that.
Zaid Khan trying to take us back when Clinton was a leg spinner. And now he's been leading the bowling of the national team. Bowling very well at the death in the East Africa Trophy. I'll always keep in mind that game of Tanzania on the second ground of Kahanga. 101 in 10 for 1 and 150 all out at the end of 20 overs. What an effort that was.
Just
drop and run. Chance for a run out. Tell you, Shiva in the covers has been doing a very good job. He's missed the stumps by inches.
speaking of the national team's keeper, Clinton Rubagumya, has been bowling, loves bowling, but also loves to have a bat in his hand. And it's something that he's spent some time with to figure out what exactly is his prowess. Sometimes it can be quite tricky out there in the middle. Beating the outside edge, lovely looking delivery that by Shimwe Arnold. And speaking of Joshua Kamana, the previous over, giving away just a single exceptional over that was. Good fight by the young man.
Lovely looking shot from Emil Ruchiriza. Look at the celebration. 50 up. No better way to cross the 50-run mark.
Raise your bat, young man. Let everybody know you've done the job. There's plenty of work yet to be done here. Yes, you will be coming into the second innings as a bowler, but with the blade in your hand, striking a proper cover drive to bring up that 50. Brilliant, brilliant innings this has been by Rukiriza Emil, showing every bit of worth he is in the field.
Very good player. Very clever. Shiva there, not picking the ball on the first time. They take 2 runs. Eric is back on strike. He's also on 34 in 66. The dugout of IPRC is loud. They are happy again, back on their feet. 250 up for the team. I won't say edged, but guided towards the third man. They can't take 2 there because Ivan Mitali is the fielder. IPRC dugout telling the 2 batters, we have one more over to enter the 40th over. Then we can start. Emil guiding that on the leg side. They take 1. Fine job by Joshua.
Pierces the gap. The fielders not sighting that ball, and it Almost reached the boundary there. Lovely bit of fielding in the deep. Mitari Ivan having to cover lots of ground to his right. So close, yet so far there. Have a look at that. Was in the air.
Keeper Shiva Ratan comes into the attack after keeping wickets for 39 overs. Surprisingly, coming from 3 to 4 steps. We usually know him as the quick. He might be there to see things through, finish the 50 overs. 257 already on the scoreboard with 9 overs and 5 balls to go. Loud appeal. Gaston is not interested.
Looked like he was going down the leg there. And speaking about his run-up, he's been wicket keeping for the past 40 overs. I don't think he would like to have a long run-up after that. Great thinking there by Kubimana Eric. Yes, the impressive 55 off 65 is there by Rukiriza Emil, but the supporting role of Kubimana Eric is not to be forgotten. 39 runs off 70 deliveries. Simple cricket being played here. Just rotating the strike. Something that Telugu Royal has been struggling to take care of here. As we're into the final 10 overs of the game. Tries a drive, but beaten. With that, we come to the end of the 41st over. 259 on board. 6 wickets down is IPRC Kigali. Joshua Kamana from the airport end. Starts off with a dot. 25 runs he's given away so far. Hasn't picked up a wicket yet out of the 6 that have gone by. Takes him on this time. And it has been dropped by Tuizere Bosco. Goes through the hands there for a boundary. Chance has been dropped by the very, very experienced Tuizere Bosco.
Unusual from Bosco to Izere, especially in that position. But that is it. Very good call from Eric Kubgimana. These two clearly showing their mid-order batters what they should be doing. 263 with 8 and 2 balls to go. He goes on one knee. There's a loud appeal. And Emil will have to walk.
Tries to be cheeky this time around. Has to depart for his well-played 60 off 71 with 6 boundaries to his name. Strike rate of 84.51. Lovely effort there by the wicket keeper. The finger has been raised by Sivonio. Flighted leg side delivery and full body stretch. Got to it. And now with that wicket going down, it will be upon Kubimana Eric to continue with the remaining 9 overs here. Joshua Kamana finally picking up a wicket after having given away 29 runs. We've got Iradukunda, who gets welcomed by a full toss. $263 for the loss of 7 after 42 is IPRC Kigali.
8 overs remaining. Eric 39 in 71 balls. He's done a very fine job. He was on 4 in 25 balls. And the last wicket of Ruchiriza Emil 1672. Very fine job by Souvenir as a wicket keeper, being handed the gloves in the last 1 over, and he's done a fantastic job. Last 8 overs, and Zaid will have a rest. We welcome the national team coach, Mr. Lee Booth. Welcome in the comms.
Thank you very much, Landry. Good afternoon, everybody. Interesting little partnership there just come to end. I thought them two batted really well, Emil and Eric, giving them a really good solid platform.
Very good batting from them. And it continues. Michael coming in. 265 for 7. Coach, what do you think should be the approach for these two batters?
Well, I think just losing that wicket maybe just means that Eric and Michael might just sit in for these couple more overs now, maybe take it to 45 and then look to accelerate. But again, with so little 50 over cricket being played, what are we thinking is a good par score here? What do you think?
I think teams have been scoring 300 and above, yes, in the last 2 games, but anything above 260, 50 there is something to fight with for a team that has depth in bowling like IPRC.
Yeah, I agree. I just think sensible batting now. The last thing they want to do is not use these remaining 8 overs. even if they just keep rotating the strike, maybe have a go in the last 2 or 3. But yeah, that 280, 290 would seem to me a really good score on here.
And the two here looks like they are listening to us. Michael rotating the strike easily. He can be a very destructive batter at the end. We saw him score 20 runs off Clinton's bowling in the last T20 tournament. Right cuts versus IPRC.
Yeah, and equally, Eric had a big innings against Nigeria when their under-19s were here with a few lusty blows straight up and over the side screen. So yeah, that power's there, but I think good sensible approach here for me. Next 2 or 3 overs certainly. Another 15 runs off the next 3 or 4 overs, and then it's time to go.
Very true. These two can manage to do both. And looking at the two batters on the bench there, Blaze, the leg spinner, not very known in terms of batting, but there is Francois Irahangaje, who's been hitting the ball out of Lugogo Cricket Oval in the Bat Ball X tournament.
Yeah, it was a fantastic tournament. Bat ball, slightly different approach, so 10 overs to 50 overs. You're asking a lot from the 3 overs now, I guess, but you're asking a lot from these guys, but I think that's really good experience. All the best cricketers in the world, I think, have that ability to play across all the formats, and I do think there's such value in this 50 over format for these boys who will play most of their club cricket, most of their international cricket, probably T20, but there's still a huge amount to be learnt for me in the 50 over game.
Very true. In a T20, there's no way Eric Kubwimana would have gotten a chance to bat for 30 overs.
No, absolutely not. And I said to you earlier when I came in the commentary box, he's one when I've seen a lot of in the nets, and technically looks a very, very competent batter. So I think there's a lot more to come from him. I see him going forward as a genuine all-rounder, really. I think he has a lot of potential with the bat. I hope he gets a bit of belief from this innings. Hopefully goes on to get maybe a 50, gets a bit more belief, and backs his batting a little bit more, because there's a lot in there.
Very well said. There is a lot. Michael goes straight. He gives a chance, and it goes in vain.
Yeah, that's two bad misses in the deep we've seen in the last few overs. One certainly very unusual from Bosco, usually a very safe pair of hands out there. I'm not sure this even counts as a safe pair of hands. I'm not sure he put a hand on it.
Not a hand on it. Misjudged completely. But that was a very good shot. Straight to the screen.
Yeah, displaying plenty of power there. Just a punch.
Oh, played that in the air. Shiva to do the fielding. They want to take 2.
An interesting one. Just first time obviously watching the game now on the monitor that we've got here in the comms box. There was at least a little bit of turn there. Has it been turning all day?
It has been turning. Even Bosco got some turn.
Oh, if Bosco's getting some turn, it must be turning then. Yeah, and again, so good. And this is, I'm keen on this again. This is another good thing for the 50 over game. More chance for the spinners, longer spells. They can really get into their work, and good for the batters. We need a bit of practice against spin. We don't get too many turning wickets out here. Certainly the ones on Gahanga 2 we were playing on recently, they were very, very good batting tracks up and down. So, yeah, good test if this one's turning a bit.
Very good tests, and IPRC will be very happy because they've got 30 overs of spin in Emil Richiriza, Theo Daishimie, and the young Blaze.
Very keen to watch all of the spinners. Obviously, Emil coming on leaps and bounds for me. He's a fantastic off spinner. Huge potential for one so young, and again I'm sure he will really love playing 50 overs. 10 overs at the batters. I suspect he'll be on pretty early and looking to bowl most of those 10 overs on the bounce.
Tell you, he is looking forward to that. If the IPRC dugout and management has been following, the only game that he played in Kampala, picked 7 wickets in that and came back with the ball.
Yeah, it was a great effort that. So he was also, I believe, was on the bus straight after the 12 games in 10 days, straight on the bus overnight to Kampala, got up the next day, took 7 wickets. So it's a great effort, is that?
Very good effort. And considering the fact that they didn't even play very close to Kampala, being in Kamengo, they are down another trip of a few hours.
Yep, you've got to be able to be willing to put the hours in on the travel around here to get some cricket in, and we're very lucky here in Kigali with these three grounds so close to each other. But yeah, having spent plenty of time in Uganda, I know the fun of the roads, the fun of the traffic, the fun of the distances. Know that, aware of them very well.
275 for 7 in this 45th over. Mitali Ivan into the attack. Man, he's picked 4 wickets.
Yeah, bowled very well. Been very consistent, not given any easy runs away. Been a good spell from Ivan.
Very good spell. Bob was commenting there on the platforms. Experienced Mitali, showing the young men that he's still good enough. But if you look at the way he's picked those wickets, you will know. Ball's another slow ball. Michael wants to go, but that will be kept to a single. I would back him going for the slow balls because 2 of the 4 wickets have come from slow balls.
Yeah, bowls it very well. Something we're keen on working on a lot with all of the fast bowlers out here, how we can get a few more change-up deliveries and particularly how we can disguise them a bit more. A few of the boys are a bit obvious in their change-up deliveries. That's something we're working pretty hard on.
A lovely shot.
Yeah, great hands.
Mitali Ivan guilty bowling a Yorker without a deep fine leg. That was a very good ball, but played even better. 4 more runs on the total. 280 on the cards here for 7.
Yeah, just got that fraction too straight. The length's good, but it's just drifting down the leg side and really good hands there. Just helping it on its way. And as usual here, pretty fast outfield. No need to chase that one.
No need to chase. Talking about the chase. Whatever that IPRC puts on the board, Telugu Royals will come very hard with the inclusion of the big man from Uganda, Simon Sesazi. It will be a very big battle between the 2 batters here now in terms of bowling to Simon Sesazi.
Yeah, good challenge. Fantastic player. Really looking forward to that. Again, I think they'll be hoping they can put that magical 300 number on the board, maybe put a bit more pressure on those batters. Somehow, I don't know what it is, the mind games that we play against ourselves. 300 somehow feels a lot more than 290, so if they can eke their way over the 300, I'm sure they'll be keen to do that.
Very well said. And they look like they are about to reach there. 280 with 5 overs to go. Eric Kugimana on 42 and Michelle Iradukunda on 14 in 12.
Yeah, be interested how they play now. 5 to go, 3 wickets left. They might just think it is time to, for at least one of them, probably Michael I would say now, to give it a bit of long handle. Wonder if Eric's just got the back of his mind just to nudge it around for a couple more overs and try and get his way to a half century.
Definitely will be very important that he reaches that mark of 50. And again, Michael going hard means through the process he might get out. And it's always better to have a set batter playing the last overs. You can get as many as possible.
Yeah, I agree, and it's not been the sharpest fielding we've seen out there, so, tap and run, Michael on strike, there we go, exactly what we're talking about. Really sensible cricket that for me from Eric, and we'll see if Michael has a go now.
Let's see Michael having a go. Joshua bowling. There is a long off, who is very straight to the screen. Long on and a deep cow. Michael goes long,
that's a really
high,
good hit.
And handsome behind the screen. Lovely shot.
What I really liked about that one is, again, he's not tried to hit it too hard. It's just slightly over pitched. It's a bit of extra flight from Joshua. He's just waited on that and just timed it. Keeps his shape really well. Really good balance and straight back over the bowler's head for a maximum. Beautiful shot.
Looks like Michael has an earphone listening to you here.
Yeah, called both of them last 2 balls, didn't I? Yeah, good cricket.
Very good cricket from the captain. Make that 7 runs in 2 balls. 3 balls remaining. This over has gone for 8. Eric Kubgimana back on strike. Shiva changing the field placement, leaving the offside very empty.
You'll know better than me. What's the weather forecast for today? We've had a bit of rain around over the last week or so. Is it going to stay away for us today? It feels a bit clearer overhead.
The weather forecast says a 60% chance of rain in the afternoon. Will be very interesting to see if it does the approach, and if we manage to get a result.
Yeah, always adds a bit more thinking, a bit more stress on the captains when there's potential rain around. Affects the strategies. So again, that's good. What we want, people having to solve problems, work out solutions, and try and win the game.
Very good for the captains and the umpires as well. We've had 4 months of cricket without any disturbance of rain. Another straight hit. There is a man under it. Simon says he doesn't drop many, and that is the end of Michelle Iradukunda.
Yeah, fair enough. Same shot, just good bowling from Joshua, not pitching it up as full, making it a bit harder for Michael. He's not quite got hold of that one and a comfortable catch at long off, but he'll think that's job done. Quick 21 from 14 balls. Put his side in a really strong position.
Again, stayed in shape, given it a little bit more height, but not enough power behind it. And in walks Francois Zirahangaje, 18-year-old, long levers.
We just want some smart batting now, though. What I don't want to see is bang, 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 and the innings is all over and they've left, 20 balls left remaining in the innings. 20 balls left in the innings, that's an easy 20 runs the way that Eric's playing, just knocking it around. So, again, for me, this is where I want to see a bit of common sense in the approach. Plenty of 1s and 2s out there. Yeah, take the boundary if it's on offer, but let's make sure we use all of these balls and make sure we get over that 300 mark.
That should be the plan. We see Arnold coming back to ball from the pavilion end. Interesting field placement here. Eric on strike. Full ball. Back to the bowler. Over number 47.
Yeah, not often you see no sweepers on the leg side at this stage of this game, so he must be trying to bowl a very full length, and just as I say that, he drops one short. But yeah, no protection on the leg side, so he's got to be keeping it full and wide outside the off stump, trying to hide the ball.
Two dot balls in a row. Eric. It's that little pressure that comes. He's on 44 now in 84.
Still sensible for me. Very easy to try and smash one over the pavilion, lose his wicket, and the other wicket tumbles and they're all out. So good to see this. Just sensible cricket. Ticking it over, easy ones. Anything in the offside's been a 1 all day long, and there we go, rotate the strike.
Should be the plan. Question now is to see how Francois goes about it.
Yeah, that's why. Never easy for the number 10 coming in. Everybody always expects them to just, carve away a few, but again, I'd like to see some common sense batting here for the next 10 or a dozen balls. Yeah, great recovery and a good over here though. He's bowling nice and full, nice and straight. Exactly what you need at this stage of the game. Nothing short, nothing wide.
Very well guided by Francois. The cameramen start walking off the field. They can smell that 50 coming. Abdul has been doing a fantastic job over the last weeks.
Yeah, it's very rare you come to the ground and you don't see Abdul wandering around with a camera or a microphone or something. They're always here, do a great job bringing us these live streams. Lots of good photography work going on as well. All helps. Great to see people involved in the game, not just the players. It's a game for everybody, this. Plenty of opportunities to earn a bit of money out of cricket now, which is fantastic.
Fantastic to be here. 3 overs remaining. Kubgimana Eric, 45 in 85. Francois, 1 in 2 is just coming. Would be interesting to see the last 3 overs.
Quite a bit of rearranging of the field going on. Bit more cover going out on the offside deep. There's lots of spaces here on this leg side for a little tap and run.
Loud appeal, and Francois will have to walk.
Yeah,
Starts
big nick.
that.
We could hear that one from here. Big edge on that one. A good catch by the keeper low down. Eric will definitely now be sweating at the other end, just 5 runs away from his 50. I'm sure he'll be coming to have a word with the incoming batter, explaining, just get me on strike, please.
Incoming Blaze. No footwork there from Francois. He departs. He's doing the 12-man duties. He opened the batting. It's always very important to have batters backing their batters on the crease. Played very well. Now he's still adding more effort to push the team.
Yeah, good player and looks very suited to the longer format of the game. So I'm sure he's looking forward to trying to cash in with plenty of runs in this Dafabet 50 over competition. Yeah, good stop there. Very good stop there. Diving away to his left, Ivan there, spinning away from him, got a good hand on that. That was destined for 4 runs, I thought, but a good interception. And I suspect that Eric's quite pleased that he got a hand on it, gets him back on strike, so puts the possibility of the 50 back in his own hands.
Back in his hands. And a raise of the bat from the non-striker there, Blaze scoring his single. He's not been given enough chances. Eric goes hard, hits it on the offside.
Good hand's got to be looking to push, but no.
There won't be. Simon Cesars is not easy to take on.
No, good running, but no chance of a 2 there, Simon. Strong arm from the boundary, picked that up quickly. And Eric back to worrying at the non-striker's end.
The IPRC will feel they have enough to fight with. Short ball, cut very well. They don't want to take a second because they want Eric on strike.
Yeah, poor ball that one. Number 11 at the crease. You've got to be looking to target the stumps there. A bit short, but wide. It was nice and easy for him just to run down through the vacant gully region out for 1. Getting Eric back on strike. He's just a 4 away now from a 50, so I'm sure he'll be targeting this area. But they've got all the straight options pretty much closed off, so will he try something square of the wicket?
Shiva not willing to give him anything. But that is a wide ball. More extras coming from the captain.
Yeah, I think he was expecting Eric to be charging at him there. Just tried to push it wide, but just unfortunately pushed it too wide. Catcher comes into position now. Sort of fourth, fifth slip maybe, not quite as wide as Gully. No, looks to be going down the leg side. A big appeal, but from here that looked to be leg side all day long, unless he's gone a long, long way across his crease. But to me that one was sliding down the leg side.
It's a slide and some bat on it as well.
Bit of bat, did we hear a little noise? Yeah. Little bit of bat maybe, probably too high, going down the leg side. Didn't have a lot going for it actually.
Man who's done a fantastic job in the bowling today. Mitali Ivan is back to bowl the 49th over. Will be Eric Kubgimana, who needs 3 runs to score a 50.
Nice battle this one. 3 runs for a 50, 1 wicket for a 5. So both got something to go for here. So let's see which one of them can come out victorious. Beauty of the game of cricket. Lots of interesting mini battles within the main one.
Ivan Mitali. Loud appeal. Gaston is not interested.
Loud appeal, but to be fair, not much from the bowler himself. I think he knew it was a half appeal from the bowlers. It was the fielders who were up and excited about that one. Ivan, I think, knew that was going down the leg side.
Very good battle indeed. One hit away from the 50, 1 wicket away from the 5.
4 away from the 300. Keeping us entertained right to the end of this first innings.
Nice. Slow ball on offer, hit powerfully on the offside. They take 2.
No, they took 1. I think there was some consideration from Eric about not taking any there. I think he was a bit undecided as to whether to give up the strike, so he was very slow setting off. We'll see if that proves to be the right or wrong decision shortly. Good captaincy. This fielder's coming in, trying to keep him on strike, keep the pressure on, not giving him the easy one. So instead he gets the easy 4. Swished away on the leg side, a little bit of an inside edge, but got enough bat on that, and that goes past the left hand of the short fine leg and runs away towards the scoreboard for another boundary, and the 300 must have come up.
300 up for IPRC Kigali Cricket Club. Lovely ball from Italy, given everything by Blaze. The man who raised his bat for scoring a single now has 5 runs in 2.
Yeah, you can't fault the bowler there. Full and straight, just tailing in towards the stump, but the batter just managed to get enough on that one. Oh, and incredibly, a great piece of fielding, great throw, but some rather dopey cricket there from Eric Kubumana, looking to steal the one to get himself back on strike, but was too slow back to make his ground. A direct hit, and that leaves Eric Kubumana stranded on 48, and he's still prostrate on the floor thinking, what have I just done?
Very unlucky from him, and that's a very good call from the umpire there, Gaston Yves.
Yep, looking at the replay, it was a tight one, but the correct decision by the umpire, and that brings the innings to a close. 301 all out. Eric Kubumana, the last wicket to fall there, run out for 48, and he looks suitably dejected as he wanders off the field.
Simon there having a word with him. But what a player he's been, Eric, in terms of attitude. Showed up for his team, played very well. And from here now, he cannot get anything wrong with his own role in the team.
Yeah, be very disappointed to miss out on that, but that'll be short-term disappointment. He'll realise what a good innings that is. Well, were they 130 for 6 when he came to the crease? So, to put another 170 runs on with him there, anchoring one end. But yeah, he'll be disappointed with that. They've left 9 balls on the table and he needed 2 for the 50. But 301 is the final score. We'll have a bit of lunch and then we'll see how they go about the chase.
Interesting chase here. Simon Sesazi up. Bosco Shiva. Enough batting. But also the bowling of IPRC. Not an easy one to take. Don't go away from your screens. We will be back after the break. IPRC Kigali Cricket Club trying to defend 301 in 50 overs as Telugu Royals try to chase this. It is all happening here at Kahanga Cricket Stadium. The Alphabet Rwanda Cricket Premier League 2023.
Good afternoon and welcome everybody once again to 50 Overs Premier League by RCA and Duffabet. We've got IPRC posting 301 all out in 48.4 overs, and now Telugu Royals will be chasing 302 in their 50 over quota. Opening the batting attack for Telugu Royals is Adil Saeed and Tuizere Bosco. Been given the responsibility to make use of the power play and chase down this big total. The man who played a brilliant knock in the first innings is coming in to do his duties with the ball in hand. Eric Kubuimana, jersey number 22, will be charging in from the pavilion end. Here we go, ball number 1 with 2 slips in place. Starts off with an away delivery there and a dot ball for stop. Places it, but there is protection there in the deep. First runs on board for Telugu Royals, just rotating the strike, and that brings Tuizere Jean Bosco to face Eric Kubuimana. The equation you see on board, 301 runs in 298 legal deliveries here. Just 6 runs per over needed by Telugu. And of course, I'm not alone here in the commentary box. Alongside me, my co-commentator, Mr. Landry. Welcome back after having your lunch break.
Thank you, Zaid. Nice afternoon here at Kahanga Cricket Stadium. Interesting tactics from Telugu Royals. There's a man outside there, Simon Sesazi, watching batters face the first over for the very first time in a long time. Usually any team he goes into, he is an opener. But Shiva Kumar thinks different. He's in with Bosco Tuizere. Eric to continue bowling, asking big questions. Little miss there. IPRC fielders not shying away.
Very close that was indeed. The batsman seemed to be struggling to get into the crease. If that was hitting the stumps there, could have been an early blow to the Telugu Royals.
Finally, someone listening to you, Zaid. IPRC starts off with a pace bowler in Eric Kubuimana. A very attacking field. A corridor of 3 guys. And Eric is trying to ask them questions. You'll just need to bowl a little bit straighter and create those chances for his team to pick Eric Kubgimana to Shiva.
And again, getting the assistance of the cold breeze moving across the field there. With that, we come to the end of the first over. Just 2 runs on board by Telugu Royals. A watchful, slow start. But good bowling there by Kubimana. Eric. And again, thinking from the point of view of the Telugu Royals captain, Shiva Kumar. Yes, he's got the big batsman Simon Sisazi, a well-off batsman. Simon Sisazi, who's been in good nick in recent tournaments that he's played here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium, but wouldn't want to risk putting him in early on. It is part of cricket. Sometimes you've got to save your valuable wickets into the dugout and risk it earlier on with the regular opening pair. Plays it on the back foot there defensively and rotates the strike.
Interesting what you're saying here, Zaid. But big opportunities for the big boys. Yes, you might find you need to have your wickets in the dugout, but you've got also to need that start. 50 overs. Someone is going to go in and play long. Simon is one of those players who play according to the situation. We saw him recovering the Uganda's innings. Chance not taken. Lovely fielding from the boundary by Isai. As I was saying, we saw Simon recovering Uganda's innings from 9-4 to 166 against Tanzania, which is not an easy bowling attack to take on. Man only got out on the last ball of the innings. I'll tell you, if someone can do that in T20s, he has the ability to do even better in 50 overs. And as we've been saying, 50 overs, any mistake that you do, you provide a chance.
Not only provide a chance, you give yourself a lot of time to think about the mistake that you've made, considering how long the format is. A gentle bumper there by Iradukunda Jean-Michel coming from the airport end.
Michelle and Eric Obimana making it look like, because we didn't see anything like that in the morning. These two gentlemen are here. They work very hard and they're decent pace bowlers. Another one played it in the air. Very good fielding by Isai. Talk about field placement for IPRCZ.
The field placement has been good and they've been exceptionally well in the field so far. It's still quite early, I must say, to speak about that, because plenty of overs to go here. But knowing the sort of fielders they've got, the fielding must be sharp. We come to the end of the second over. 5 runs on board. A very, very silent start, I must say. And again, early on during the innings break, I heard from the captain of Telugu Royals, 301 to make of 300 deliveries. It's a run per ball. But bringing that into practice now and executing that run chase is never easy. The 300 mark in a 50 over game with a sort of bowling attack on offer by IPRC could be a task. One for the over there by Eric Kubimana. And of course, the bowling seems very different. The pitch seems very different. But again, is the sort of pace these youngsters offer.
Eric Kubimana has seen a lot in this year. Played the local league, played the elite league, has gone to Nairobi. Another short ball. After Nairobi, he came back. Played the East Africa Trophy.
Very spell it has been by the IPRC boys so far. Bowling that hard length, not allowing the Telugu Royals to settle. And of course, bowling against quality batsmen within that national tournament that was hosted here at Gahanga recently has allowed these bowlers to develop mentally and pick their spots.
Wide ball. It is. Eric will need to borrow a thing or two from Mitali's bowling. Consistency, then a variation. He's been asking Bosco to be on the back foot for the last 3 deliveries. Anything pitched full, straight, might be a surprise. You never know. But what I liked about Mitali's bowling this morning was how he set the batters. Chance given, and Bosco guides that very well. 4 more runs on the total. What a shot he that.
First boundary of the Telugu Royals innings here. Placement by Bosco. Square off the wicket there. Was in the air but beats the fielder. We saw the IPRC boys opening up their innings in similar fashion.
Lovely stuff from Bosco, leaving one willingly. And that is it. 10 runs on board. One delivery to go. Beg your pardon, 2 deliveries.
Lets that one go by as well. Doesn't want to be fishing out there with the trap being set. The width is on offer there, but not being tempted is Bosco. There you see the Telugu Royals dugout resting after having a very long morning here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium, where they fielded for 48.4 overs. Once again, the captain coming from the airport end. Jersey number 49. Iradukunda. Michelle. Or Michael, as the Anglophone speakers might call him.
Very clever bowler. Michel Iradukunda gets wickets easily after power plays in T20s. This should be easy for him. Talk about easy. He's asked Adil to play on the back foot twice now and given him a full one on the third time.
Faithful has Iradukunda been in recent times, I must say, Landry. From being the liaison officer to being part of the national team, and the call-up coming through for him. Fate has been fortunate to him.
Very fortunate. Man was liaison officer for Tanzania. Out of nowhere, one player gets injured, and his first international game for Rwanda was against Tanzania, a team he'd been leading for the last 1 week. He came in, did pretty well. Asking big questions to Adil. And Shiva, the captain, is telling his batter, move your feet.
Adil absolutely trying to club that ball, but not sighting it, not going anywhere close to it, showing all three sticks. This time get some connection. There was an attempt. The other thing I've realized about the morning innings is that Ivan Mitari was getting ample amount of swing out of the ball, despite not being as quick as the IPRC bowlers. But he had good control over it. And you could see that from the first wicket that he picked. Lovely in-swinger that was. Struck the pads and knocked the stump off. Plays on the leg side. And the fielder tries with a dive in, but wouldn't stop that from going for yet another boundary. 5 runs it is. Lovely effort there in the deep. But it was racing, it was moving at some pace. Kubimana Eric putting in the effort there. Full stretch, dive. It was just too quick.
Free hit on offer. Michel, slow ball. Lovely stuff from Michel. And Bosco not able to connect that to the boundary.
We come to the end of the 4th over with 17 runs on board. The equation is still possible. 17 for no loss. His team Telugu Royals. Comparing the morning innings, we saw a partnership of 89 runs. The opening pair. Aggression by Tuizere. Jean Bosco dispatches one for yet another boundary. Have a look at that. Again, it was there in the slot and throws his hands at it. Beats the fielder. Valuable runs coming through for Telugu Royals. Bosco to his area, being the fielder that dropped that valuable catch. Drama out there in the middle. Landry.
Second chance missed for a run out. IPRC Cricket Club not able to capitalize on that. And again, 2 chances for a catch at point. Rukundo guilty of not diving to his right. He gives another chance. There is a call, and yes, Bosco is gone. Guilty of playing many shots. IPRC has the last laugh. The man who's been going hard at everything. Bosco will have to take a long walk. First blood dropped from Telugu Royals. That is it. 21 for 1.
There again, you can see on the review just cramping him up for space. It's a well-directed shot delivery. Tried to play it on the leg side, couldn't get enough of it. And there you see the celebration by the youngster. Picking up an early wicket here, an early breakthrough. Extremely disappointed with that. And now, something that my co-commentator has been asking for. Simon Sesazi walks out to the middle. Man from 458 kilometers away. He comes with massive responsibility on his shoulder. Will he find himself fruitful for the Telugu Royals this afternoon?
The boss is in town. Mr. Simon Sesazi walking into bat. It's unusual to see him walking in alone. Usually he walks in with a partner because he's an opening batter for Uganda cricket national team. Man with so many runs behind him. It's just looking at the stats locally in Uganda. The man by last month was standing at 26,000 plus runs. That is excluding the international runs. He made his first 1,000 runs internationally here in the East Africa Trophy 2022. Today, he's got to walk in and bat to work with Said Adil, talking about the partnerships and the combinations that Telugu Royals was looking for. Had it been Bosco still on the wicket, these two know each other for some time now, playing against each other. It would have been easier for them to communicate. But that is it. The beauty of playing away from home. You've got to adapt very quickly. Sesazi walks in and is up facing Kubgimana Eric. Lovely stuff. Lovely ball from Eric Kubgimana. No matter the background, the history, and the capabilities you have as a batter, walking in a 50-over game when your team needs 280, Yoka is not a bad ball to start things off.
A brilliant start, I must say, and very brave of young Kubimana Eric to start with that. He's been bowling short to Izere Bosco. So there seems to be a plan being worked upon, knowing how much Simon Sesazi loves playing the shorter deliveries. Simon Sesazi in the East Africa Trophy with 337 runs to his name in 12 innings, an average of 30.64, striking at 129.12. Only after the brilliant Amal Rajivan.
IPRC Cricket Club making every effort they can to see if they can win this game. Brilliant effort from Isai on that previous ball to finish the over.
They've kept them quiet, Laundry, I must say. 23 runs for the loss of 1. 279 in 270. It still is a big ask. Because lots of dot balls, courtesy of brilliant tight bowling so far. Radukunda Jean-Michel, the captain, coming into the body line this time to Said Adil, who's on 3 of 12 deliveries, taking his time to settle here.
Difference here between IPRC and Telugu Royals has been the field placement. The field placement, they've kept an attacking field, and again the line and length they are hitting. Look at that change of pace. Adil going way past that, too quick for the ball. Captain reminding him to stay there.
Plays it in the air, down the ground, and gets a boundary. Placement there by Said Adil. Not where he had intended to play it, but valuable runs regardless. Whichever way they come, Telugu Royals will be more than happy to receive boundaries. And again, to chase down such a high total, Landry, how vital is it to win the power play?
Such a big ask. Winning the power play, 5 overs gone, 4.2 remaining to finish the power play. I would tell you, for a team that lost by 280 last weekend, tells you how much of the power they have behind the batting. It is only ideal if these two can continue and play out the 20 overs and see how they can move after the first break. Because if not that, IPRC will not get tired of continuing to look for the wickets. Yes, the previous shot that went for a 4 was in the air for some time, a little bit far from the fielder. The man decides to do the same thing again. Because Zaid looking to get runs in the power play means you play enough shots, many shots. And that is why Bosco is back at the hut.
I mean, they've got to take the risks, Landry, because what's scary is finding these youngsters on the boundary ropes after 10 overs for the next 40. That means a lot of running between the wickets. I'm not quite sure if Telugu Royals would like that.
That's another interesting fact here. But I don't think the IPRC guys are going to back off and start going to the boundary. It is a long format. It's about wickets. If you can get Simon's wicket now, you'll be into business. If not, interesting shot. But even more interesting to see the field placement for Simon Cesars. The first time we are seeing a deep fine leg. Earlier on, it was just a third.
We come to the end of the 6th over, 29 runs on board for the loss of 1. Another thing I'm keen to see here is the sort of communication Adil will be having with Simon Sisazi, knowing the complications of communication he's been having so far with Bosco, almost running him out and himself out twice. So finding someone who comes from a whole different country now, playing together for the first time here. Watchfully played there by Simon.
Watchfully played. Eric bowling a little bit straighter now. First over, he's bowling a little bit outside off stump. Now he's bowling straighter, asking big questions. To me, that's a very big positive. Zaid, 50 overs, let the batters bat, do the right things, set the field properly, and see. Lovely stuff. Played on the leg side. They're on to 2. The dugout is calling for a third. And decision is made by Simon. I will keep the strike.
We've seen a couple of batsmen in the IPRC innings where they tend to play a supportive role. I believe Adil Said here should be that person who plays a supportive role and allows Simon to be the one in control. As you can see from the looks of that, Simon is still taking his time settling in.
Taking his time. Very well played on the leg side.
Lovely looking delivery there by Eric Kubuimana. Will be interesting to see how many variations of bowlers do they have.
I'll tell you enough. Eric Kubuimana here doing the bowling. We're yet to see 3 spinners who can easily bowl 30 overs in Rwanda International. Emil Ruchiriza, Teofil Ndaishimie, and the leggy Blaise Rindiro is also very well played. There is a chance for a catch, and it's dropped.
Cuts it away, up and over. Dive was put in by the fielder, but bits him to the boundary. Much needed this by the Telugu Royals. Should have been taken. Shows lack of awareness.
Eric finishes his over with a missed chance. Elwa guilty there, third man in the deep. Michelle to continue bowling from the airport end. Very well grafted on the leg side. Theo onto it very quickly. That's a dot ball. IPRC slowly removing an attacking field from the corridor to the 30 yards. There's only one slip in place. Michael to Simon. Driven powerfully to mid-off. They take a single.
Balls outside off some this time. With a cutter coming in. The batsman Adil thinking that might go past him as wide, but to his surprise, gets enough bite off the surface and comes back in, making it a legal delivery. Hard defensively played there once again, cramped him up for room. Put his bat down just in time.
Quick one from Michel. Very good keeping from Oscar Manishimge. Earlier we were talking about Michel being a very clever bowler. He comes into the attack. He's changed either the pace or the length depending on the batter who is batting. He's been trying to see if he can get a wicket. Full ball driven powerfully. Elwa again guilty of a misfield. They want to take the second. Good running from Simon. They have two in that particular ball and it is over.
Great awareness there by Simon Sesazi, deciding to come back for that double. Just knowing that there was a slight fumble there by young Elwa. There you see in the background the banana trees moving and shaking because of the cold breeze. We're into that season, Lundry, where the showers tend to bless the fortunate grounds all along the country of Rwanda. Eric Kubimana coming from the pavilion end.
Very well played. Simon slowly forcing IPRC bowlers to make field change. There's no more sleep in the attack. Clever Michael decides to go with two sleeps for Said and no sleep for Simon Sesazi. Very well guided through to the third man. They take a single. If these two continue to bat for the next 15 overs, it's going to be very interesting, this chase.
Lovely hands through that, and such is the guidance by Simon Sesazi, taking it yet again for a boundary. Beautiful looking shot, so pleasing to the eye there. Got to the contact, to perfection. Have a look at that laundry.
Pitched outside leg, full guided open blade, and that is it. 4 more runs.
Look at the shift of momentum which comes through after each and every boundary.
Simon Sesazi is a very good player. The IPRC players understand that. They know him very well. Some of them have played with him, against him in the national colors. They know what he can do, especially in a long format. And also the right hand, left hand combination not being easy on them. Luckily, there is a nice and friendly weather. But Eric will need to focus on the other batter.
Helping it on its way is Adil Saeed for another boundary. Like I mentioned earlier, it is a sigh of relief with that Telugu Royal crossed the 50 mark. 1 legal delivery left in this over. 50 runs on board for the loss of 1. They still require 252 in 247 legal deliveries here. Each and every boundary, each and every run being achieved by the Telugu Royals is a sigh of relief.
Nine overs gone, 50 for 1. Simon Sesazi, 100 strike rate, 13 in 13. Said Adil, 19 in 25. Telugu Royals moving swiftly, smoothly, chasing 252 in 246 balls. As we see the captain of IPRC Cricket Club coming back to bowl, Michelle Iradukunda. Extras. Wide ball signaled by umpire Sibonio Jean-Claude. Michael will have to repeat that one. Solid defense from Simon Sesazi. Simon reaches halfway looking for a single. But Said tells him there's no chance I'm reaching there. 51 for 1. 3 deliveries to go. Nice and cool weather here at Kahanga as IPRC continues to dig in to look for a wicket. And Telugu Royals looking to continue scoring runs slowly. No ball from the umpire. Sivonio, that must be overstepping. And Michael will have to bowl a free hit to Sesazi.
Free hit coming to Simon Sesazi. Hits it down the ground, but nowhere to go. Didn't get the elevation. Plays it straight to the fielder. Dot ball, good comeback by Iradukunda. Jean-Michel. Guides it yet again to a fielder. On the offside this time. Taking him onto the leg side for a boundary. A signature shot of Simon Sesazi. He loves that part of the ground. Swivels and takes him on to the leg side. Just a gentle bumper, but too good for Simon Sesazi. Dispatches that for yet another boundary. That's what he's well known for. With that, we come to the end of 10 overs, 56 on board for the loss of 1. Decent partnership cooking up here for Telugu Royals between Said Adil and Simon Sesazi, respectively 17 of 20 and Said Adil 19 of 25. And that brings introduction of Emil Rukiriza from the pavilion end, having the power play done here, spreading the field out, introduction of spin. Emil Rukiriza, who's been tasting success in recent tournaments that he's been playing in the national colours. Ball number 1, Emil Rukiriza. Bit of a restart there. Adil not ready. Dead ball. Have to have a restart once again. Something not settling with him there. Alright, here we go again. Ball number 1. Plays it on the back foot. Down the ground for just a single. There's a change in field for the left hand southpaw Simon Sesazi, who's on 17 of 20 here. Will be facing Emil Rukiriza, and a change of side by the bowler. Plays it watchfully and rotates the strike is Simon. He knows the responsibility resting upon his shoulders here. He's got to build that innings alongside his partner. Shot, just a teaser to the fielder within the circle. Tried to go the aerial route, didn't get the connection he wanted. Got away with that one, Adil. And that's the sort of error in judgment Emil Rukiriza creates upon the batsman. Lots of variation the youngster has. And that beats everyone. And that races away to the boundary. Misses the bat. Misses the gloves of the wicket keeper. And goes through the legs for a boundary. Very, very valuable runs these are. Have a look at that laundry. Look at the turn.
What a turn that was. Beating both the batter, the wicket keeper. Coach Lee earlier were talking about the turn that is on this pitch. Simon Isesa, as he hits that one straight to long off, they take a single.
Sensible batting this is by the Telugu Royals so far. It's cruising along the run chase at the moment. End of 11 overs, 64 for 1.
IPRC dugout there. Coach Manasseh treating the bat. As we see another bowling change from the airport end. It's none other than the only leg spinner on the team, Rindiro Blaze. Last played a match in Kampala, Uganda. The finals of the Bat Ball X tournament. Is here to play his first 50 over match in Division 1, because last season he was featuring for Sorathe Cricket Club alongside his twin brother Olivier Rivero. He's up against Uganda's best Simon Sesazi, who starts it with a single. IPRC also missing a trick here, keeping a open space. Defensive field is really 237 runs. What you need now is to get a few wickets, and the more pressure you can put on the batters. That is it. That's the end of Saeed Adil.
No need for that. It was going so well, and just because having a leg spinner coming in started charging down the ground even before the ball was bowled. And very well done by the bowler there, reading it early and beaten by the turn there. Out by miles. Rindiro Blaze picks up his first wicket.
Very good work behind the stumps there by Oscar. We can get that review. Stepping out, ball going away from him. Big strides, and he will not be coming back. And IPRC decides to go with what we were talking about, Zed.
Amit Shivabai Patel, not wasting any time, gets off the mark straight away. Adil there, losing his wicket, getting out in two ways possible. A nick caught behind, and probably the most visible one on that occasion, that was caught stumped. Rotation of strike, and that brings Amit back on strike now. Oh, that one stayed low, got some turn on it, was just drifting into him, and then the sharp turn away as a leggy. And that brings us to the end of 12 overs, 68 on board for the loss of 2. Simon Sisazi will be having a word out there in the middle, just giving him some words of wisdom and support out there in the middle, letting him know in which ways they could be staying on the same page if they're to take down 234 runs in 228 legal deliveries here. Again, that turn coming in beats the fielder, allowing to rotate the strike. Emil Rukiriza once again from the pavilion end will be bowling to Amit Shivabai Patel. Amit Shivabai Patel here has to be watchful, knowing the amount of turn Emil Rukiriza is getting off the surface. It's got a bite to it. And caught.
You don't see that every day in a cricket field. Bullet shot. And even a better catch from Emil Rukiriza. Those are the things that change the game. Emil Rukiriza, game changer, match winner, all round. 66 with a bat, comes into ball when IPRC is desperate of getting wickets. He bowls tight, and picks a very good wicket. What a catch that is, Zaid.
Absolutely crunch, straight back to him. The power was there, but not the placement, and Emil, as cool as an iceberg, watched it all the way and made it look so easy. It's never easy as a bowler having a return coming back at you. And that brings the captain himself, Shiva Samba Rao, out there in the middle. He's been telling his batsmen to pick up singles and play the ball all along the ground. Let's wait and see. Does the captain live by his words? A much straighter one, that to Samba Shiva. Emil Rukiriza picking up a wicket, has given away just 5 runs so far and asking big questions to the Telugu side.
Shiva on the wicket. Time to walk the talk, as Zaid was saying. And IPRC will need to capitalize on this. This is where the game is lying, on these two. Any wicket among the two here, you're getting closer to the win. As we see the flip bottle challenge there from the big man Kevin. 5th. That make that 6 chances. Good to see the supporters of the game enjoying themselves. Kevin going head to head with Emeng Raija, the right guards bowler.
And that reflects the condition of the game. Not much happening out there, apart from Telugu Royals losing early wickets. And the two main men out there in the middle, the ever reliable Simon Sisazi and the captain Shiva Samba. Rindiro Blaze coming back from the airport end. Very interesting youngster here, and being exposed to such conditions. Games of this sort tend to sharpen young claws out there in the middle. Keeping it tight is Blaze. Shiva Samba understanding it's a long format of the game, but not showing intent. Just rotates the strike there.
Playing against the turn. The big man is back on the strike. The boss, Sisazi. Must say that Blaze has been bowling very well. This is his second over. Lovely delivery and even a very good shot to long off.
Very good cricket, that being watchful and plays it all along the ground there. Sensible cricket by Simon. One thing he's trying to avoid here is not allowing the youngsters to get under his skin. Played on the ground once again. Rotating the strike. Reducing the amount of pressure despite losing those early wickets. The scoreboard keeps ticking as we're done here with 14 overs, 73 for 3.
Must say that the score is not bad for Telugu Royals. But that column of wickets, they need an Eric and Emil to do the same job. From 126 for 6 to 300. What a fine job done by the two. Emil Ruchiriza to continue bowling. Pace off. An attacking field serving them very well. And Shiva will have to go over the fielders to see if he can get runs.
Interesting question for you. I've got. Plays it down the ground. There has been a misfield and it reaches a boundary. Save your legs, young man. All the way it goes, despite putting his body on the line. Firmly hit there by Shiva Samba. Coming back to my question, Landry, we spoke about consistent bowlers and inconsistent bowlers earlier on in this game. What set of bracket do you put Emil Rukiriza with the amount of variations that he tends to put out? The sort of tricks he pulls out of his bag.
As you're calling it, I think we need to have a third name to call him, because he's not part of those inconsistent. He's been changing the pace, playing with the batter's mind all and on. And that gave him the wicket. Look at that. Pace off. Shiva had to wait. And that is it. I would say there are those bowlers we saw in the early innings bowling inconsistently, but then there's also Emil who is changing, bowling 6 different deliveries to the batters to make them think. And such a player is lovely to have in any team.
Very, very well said. Such individuals do carry the side really well, really benefiting the entire team. At the moment, Telugu Royals keep rotating the strike here and easing up their pressure as they cruise along this run chase. 224 needed in 209 legal deliveries here. Current run rate of 5.15 required just a nod higher. Oh,
lovely ball from Blaze. The ball from Blaze quickly making the slip move one step ahead. They will need to put another one because Shiva is not looking very sharp there. The ball turning. And Coach Lee earlier said that if Bosco can get lovely shot, best of the decisions, getting on one knee and sweeping that. Not a very good delivery from Blaze Rindiro.
lovely looking shot that. Swept it and it went fine. And it went all the way for a 4. Pitching into the line this time is Rindiro Blaze. Plays it to the man at covers for a dot. As we get to the end of the 16th over, 82 for the loss of 3 Telugu Royals. Shiva Samba on 10 off 18. Simon Sisazi still hanging in there with 25 off 30. Partnerships is what any side needs in a game of cricket, regardless of what format we play here.
Very true. Emir Ruchiriza to continue bowling. Quick one. Guided by Simon. At extra cover. That brings the man Shiva on strike. IPRC quickly realizing that it's the new man on the attack. Very good shot from Shiva. Another lovely sweep. 4 more runs on the total. Emil will be happy because that's what he wants him to do. Wants him to play shots and maybe give a chance. Oh, lovely looking shot. 2 bounces and reaches the boundary rope.
Brilliant sweep shot that was into the vacant region, and valuable runs this for the Telugu Royals. This time Slopey there by Michael, and they will run those.
Spinners doing the job here. Earlier, Coach Lee was talking about the wicket. If Bosco can get some turn in it, that means it will be a dream pitch for Emil, Teofil, and the likes of Rindiro, who has been doing a fantastic job. End of over number 17. New screens there is Israel Mugisha and Eric Dusinjizimana, the legend of Rwanda cricket, together with Rodrigue Nyomugabo and Clever Mutuimana, the youngster. Plays to continue. Very played nicely. Something that this IPRC team has done very well in the last 3 to 4 overs is limiting the amount of boundaries that Simon gets. He's on 28 in 35. Yes, he's a good player, but he shouldn't get everything easy. And this brings Shiva on strike. He's hit a couple of good sweep shots which went for boundaries. He gives a chance. Isai doesn't capitalize on that. With the amount of wicket keepers in this team, I would think Michelle stands a better chance with Elwa or even Emem Chodusenge in slips than Isai, who's been fielding at the boundary almost all his career.
Do you reckon they missed their gloves there, Laundry? A slow one that misses everything. Lovely looking delivery that deceived everyone, including his teammates behind the wickets. Another dot ball there by Emil Rukiriza.
Shiva trying to go hard after conceding those 3 dot balls. And now back to the patience. He wants to see this over go. 1 ball to go to finish the 19th over. Something very impressive from the IPRC. Usually the break is given considering the amount of time. Shiva goes hard. He gives a chance. Not taken. And that is it. 4 more runs.
Again, a risky take. Played 5 dot deliveries and taking on the bowler on the last delivery of the over. Not really wise of Shiva. Gets away with that one. Hit the ground hard. Covered the ground but couldn't hold on to that one. Lucky for Shiva. Gets a life. Telugu Royals, 19 overs, just 5 runs short of the 100 mark, having lost 3 wickets. And once again, Rindiro Blaze from the airport end.
"19 overs gone." As we were saying, very impressive from the IPRC, bowling their overs very quickly. The first innings, the first break was given after the 16th over. And the second innings here, it is 20 overs, almost 20 overs, and the break is yet to be called by the umpires. Tells you Telugu Royals with the weather like this, if anything happens in terms of rain, the Royals will need to be on 128 after 20 overs. They are currently 96, which means a little bit behind the pass score.
Tries to overhit that Shiva. Blaze gets away with that dot delivery.
Lovely piece of fielding from Isai in the slips there. Michael quickly sending the fielders out now that it is the last ball of the over. And Shiva definitely following the plan of the bowling side, going hard. Missed that because he's trying to play against the turn.
Second time you see Shiva Samba going for the same route, trying to go hard at the last delivery of the over. Not in the right position to play that shot and misses it completely. 28 runs of 45 balls is the partnership building up here between Simon Sisazi and Samba Shiva. Rukiriza Emil continuing. Oh, that has turned a mile there. Square of the wicket it has turned. Once again, it's got a lot of bite to it. You can imagine if landing it in the right areas, how much of a trouble it could be to the batsman. Once again, you see the spin there, playing with the minds of the batsmen. They would have been pitching so close to the white line, sometimes even out of the white line there, and turns its way back into the crease. Emil Rukiriza using that angle and again staying low on him with the amount of turn given. Wouldn't be hitting the stumps there. We come to the end of the 21st over. 98 runs on board for the loss of 3. Rindiro Blaze once again from the airport end. Consecutive overs. Steals a single here. Shiva Samba. Slight fumble by by Elwa.
One run away from 100 for Team Telugu Royals. And Blaze will be bowling to the captain of the Royals, Shiva. 100 up for Telugu Royals. For the loss of 3 wickets after 21.3 overs, that means whatever that happens this evening, come rain or shine, we shall have a result.
A grunt of disappointment there by Samba Shiva. Went down on one knee to sweep that one and completely misses it. Rindiro Blaze just teasing Samba Shiva, not allowing him to get a good connection off the bat. With that, we come to the end of the 22nd over. 102 on board. There you see Adil Saeed doing his part in the game. Is taking his time out, having a cup of coffee. Like you all can if you come here to Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. Not quite sure of the cricket performances, but the coffee is top notch. Adil header 21 off 29 with 3 boundaries to his name, strike rate of 72.41. Trizere Jean Bosco 16 off 17 with 3 boundaries, a brief stay. Simon Sezazi still out there in the middle, the main man, the boss. 32 of 43 deliveries with just 2 boundaries to his name. That shows the mental side of this innings he's portraying. Lovely, lovely hands through the ball yet again.
Sesazi Simon, 33 in 44. He's taken no risk at all. And he's gotten runs easily, I would say. Very calculative batter. Shiva gives a chance. And it's taken by Rukundo Jean-Pierre. Getting 2 fingers on that. And Telugu Royals lose another wicket in the captain of the team. 20 in 41 with 4 fours.
It's just a matter of losing patience there. Is the captain tried to go underneath it and pump it over, but couldn't.
With Shiva going back to the dugout, we see the introduction of the young Souvenir Munguyiko to come and bat with Simon Sesazi. Telugu 4 wickets down, 103 in 22.2 overs. Teofil into the attack and picking a wicket on his second ball. Munguyiko playing his first game in this tournament as a batter. Souvenir. Theo guilty there of a misfield, and they take a single. Rindiro Blaze Gatoya to continue bowling from the airport end. Very good job done by Oscar Manishimge. Souvenir will have to walk. Stumped. Again, mind games from IPRC Cricket Club. Put 3 slips there.
Went for the heavens there and missed it completely. Lovely piece of glove work behind the wickets by Oscar Manishimwe. Cleaning him up in no time. He's got to take a walk back. Not troubling anybody. And that brings Joshua Kamana out there in the middle. We've got 2 lefties out in the middle now. It'll be interesting to see.
Less headache for IPRC because no more field change every ball. Joshua Kamana, Nyonguru finds Simon Sesazi. I'll tell you something interesting here. The communication is going to be much easier because Joshua has been close to these international players in one way or another, and he possesses the ability to adapt in situations. The only job left for him here now is to bat, get into the groove, starts things off, wanting to play that on the leg side. Rindiro Blaze has been fantastic. 2 wickets already.
The man that I really want to see put out a game is Joshua Kamana, who's on strike right now. We've seen him plenty of times in the nets, smashing all sorts of balls there at IPRC nets, practicing all the time. Be really nice to see him bring all that hard work into a performing game.
If he doesn't play 360 like he loves to, he has 27 overs to bat. You can never ask for more than that. If it is winning for your team or even getting yourself some runs, if the win is far away from you, but it is still under control. 5 wickets remaining, 190 runs remaining. Diving effort from Michelle. Not able to stop that.
Joshua Kamana, being vocally supportive throughout this batting innings, has now got the opportunity to put some actions into play. And a wide being signalled there. Dramatic. You saw that.
Blaze Rindiro finishes his 7th over Man has bowled brilliantly, gone for 3.57 and picked 2 important wickets in Souvenir and Adil, who was already in 20s.
And struck for a boundary. A couple of words from the slip cordon there, bringing the best out of Simon. Have a look at that, Landry. Lovely. Reaching out for the ball, which was bowled wide, away from his body, and beats that fielder at covers.
Back-to-back boundaries from Simon. Very good shot, guiding it to the vacant area. Very smart cricketer. Down there at IPRC in the 50 over league, Tamil Lions scored 267 for 10. The rain stopping the play when the Vikings Cricket Club is on 138 for 5.
The drizzle here at Gahanga is getting on. It is getting heavier. But the play seems to be continuing here. And I believe the umpires will have a chat as the drizzle gets heavy. There is a stop of play. The covers have been called out as the drizzle gets heavy here at Gahanga International Cricket Stadium. We'll wait and see as Telugu Royal rest on 123 for the loss of 5 wickets in 25 overs. 179 needed in 150 legal deliveries.
Rain stops play at both the grounds, IPRC Cricket Oval and Kahanga Cricket Stadium. 179 in 150 balls is where we stop from. Telugu Royals 123 for 5. Halfway stage with 25 overs to go. Simon Cesars is not able to score his 50 before the rain stops play. Covers being called off by the umpires, and we'll have to take a short break and come back if the weather allows us. As we speak now, the current Duckworth Lewis shows that for Telugu Royals to win this particular fixture, game, for the loss of 5 wickets, they needed to be at 186, leaving that with 53 runs difference in what they've gotten now. The scorecard there reading Simon Cesars is still in, yet to be dismissed, 48 in 51 balls. Adil Said, 21 in 29. Captain Shiva coming in, 20 in 42. Quick 16 from Bosco, not able to spend time on the wicket. The rest is nothing to speak about. The next top scorer was extras, 13 of those from IPRC Cricket Oval.